Hello, I'm tracking the latest details on the tornado watch. Severe thunderstorm warnings going on. We got a tornado warning. A couple of those in New York earlier on. Those have now expired, and the latest details, the tornado watch is the latest to come up here. So the radar is on the screen for you, satellite picture. The whole key to this has been whether or not we'll get some sunshine, because we got the spin. You just need to get the sunshine to really get the maximum available energy for the tornadoes or the wind damage, right? The instability that's needed. Okay, so right now I'm tracking this. You can see here, I'm going to switch it over and show you just the radar in a second, but I first wanted to show you the satellite picture and the radar together, because that spin going on is strong for this time of the year. You don't typically see 986 low pressure systems in mid-June, getting close to late June. Okay, so you've got that, you got the storm strength, you've got the spin, but it's about how much sun after that morning rain. So obviously don't want tornadoes, don't want wind damage. No one wants to see their roof blown off or a microburst or a tornado, right? But scientifically speaking, when you have the available energy in the atmosphere, when the sun is out, when you have this much spin, that is where you could have the maximum amount of potential damage, right? The maximum amount of potential severe weather. So let's take a look at it now on radar. Okay, so this is the radar showing all of New England for the most part. I've clipped off northern Maine just a little bit there. Let me move it up a little bit so we can see Maine. Okay, so here is where the concern will be. We have to watch very closely rest of the afternoon. It is now 1:47. It is going to be the thin line of thunderstorms here to the west coming through New York. This line is what will bring the wind damage and the potential for tornadoes. It already has a history, that line, of producing tornado warnings. Okay, and now as the storm moves northeast into this, okay, this environment here, which is the cloud cover, breaking up a little bit in southern Vermont, okay, a little bit in central Mass, some breaks in the satellite. This is the key. How much sun breaks out in New Hampshire, in Maine? You've got the spin. It's how much sun breaks out to heat the ground and destabilize the atmosphere. That is the key. But right now, go back to radar for a second here, okay? I'll show you what's going on. Let's take a look at the tornado watch here. So the watch is up to a 40%, okay, chance for the tornado, okay? Or tornado warning, wind up to 60%, okay? It's not going to be a big hail maker. And the watch has been issued. And tornado intensity would maximize or get to the level of 110 miles per hour, okay, in a brief spin-up tornado. The wind damage right now up to 70, although I could see 75 or 80. Okay, because there's a bunch of wind here. We get a bowing segment, a bowing line segment, okay, and also torrential rainfall, torrential. It is going to be pouring rain. There's a lot of moisture up in the clouds, okay, and also being pulled from the south. So you're talking about rainfall rates between 1, 2, 3 inches an hour, okay, and that is going to cause some problems on some saturated soils. That's the rain you don't want for a drought. That's the flooding rain, okay? That's going to run off very quickly. Okay, so looking at the radar right now. By the way, you can go to jasonnappyweather.com. I'm very excited. I got a weather app almost ready for you. But right now, the website is just like the app to some level, where if you go to the app right now, go to the website, jasonnappyweather.com, and you go ahead and you click on radar at the top, it is going to bring up the radar. This is the radar that's going to be in my app, okay, for you. It's our app. And you're going to be able to go through here and track the storms that are right now moving into Vermont. See the lightning bolts there in Vermont? Okay. west of Montpelier, you can be able to do this. You go over here, you can click on high-res radar, earthquakes, lightning, and you can do future radar too. Okay, so if you do future radar, you can watch here where these storms are going to go, right through Montpelier, right through St. Johnsbury, all the way up into Coos County. So you can do that here. It's all going to be available for you on jsnappyweather.com. It's there right now. Click on radar, click on local Maine forecast. You can put in a location outside of Maine and you'll get a weather alert. Right now it shows you tornado watch is up in Lewiston. You are included, Lewiston, Maine. Okay? So that's all coming to you, okay, when the app launches, and you can sign up right now. Click on app at the top and you can sign up to get the alert as soon as the app launches. You'll get an email from me. Okay, so there's the satellite picture I talked about. Okay, here is the radar. Let's talk about the radar. Okay, put your questions and I'll catch up with the questions as soon as I can. But here's the radar. I'm going to zoom in a bit. Don't be alarmed. I'm going to cut off a bunch of Maine because the threat is basically southwest Maine. Okay, so the tornado watch is up. Okay, in this whole area. Let me change this over so you can see this. Tornado watch is up. Okay, for the western mountains, down all the way just outside of Augusta, down to Lewiston, Auburn, okay? Casco Bay, a little portion of the mid-coast, okay? And all the way down here into Nashua, Portsmouth, all of New Hampshire under a tornado watch, okay? All of Vermont is under a tornado watch. This is very rare. You don't see this in Maine very often, where you've got entire states under a tornado watch, okay, in southwest Maine. But here's the line here, which right now has severe thunderstorm warnings on it. Here's one, tornado possible. We'll take a look at that. That's in Vermont. Another one in Middlebury, tornado possible. Okay, we'll look at that. Rutland, we have a severe thunderstorm warning there. Another one southwest of Rutland, Saratoga Springs in New York. Great area, tornado possible there. So I'm going to switch the radar now over and I'm going to change the colors so you can see why this could be a tornado, why it says tornado possible. So we're going to switch radar sites, okay? And I'm going to go ahead and bring up, let's bring up, I think we'll do Vermont first here, okay? Let me switch sites over. And let's go to Vermont, and I'm going to bring up the wind so we can see in Vermont, up in Burlington, okay, I'm going to bring up the velocity, which measures the wind speed, okay, and we're going to take a look a little closer at these storms here, okay. Now, this one right here, I can just tell right off the bat, in Granville, southwest of Rutland, that one right there, that looks like a tornado. And I'll tell you why. Because right here, you've got the red and green very close together. Okay, that is the spin, the twisting that I've been talking about for days now. In order for a tornado to happen, you need a funnel cloud that makes contact with the ground. A tornado is a violently rotating column of air that makes contact with the ground. A tornado touchdown is redundant because in order for a tornado to be a tornado, it has to touch down, a funnel cloud's touchdown. That's a pet peeve. The bigger concern right now is that this is a possible tornado, okay, southwest of Rutland, because you have the green and red, okay? The colors here, the wind speed, okay? You could even have an inflow going on right here. I'll bring up the other radar in a second. Okay, but you have these colors close together, okay, it shows the spin going on. Once again, this is the radar beam which points up from Burlington out in the sky, and it's measuring the wind speed, and whether it's coming toward the radar site or away. When you have the red and green close together, okay, then it's like someone dancing, or a couple dancing right on top of each other. They're dancing very closely together, okay, they're spinning. Think about it like that. So that is where there certainly could be a tornado. Right now, southwest of Rutland, I would be in a very safe place in a basement if you have it. Okay, I'm going to fast forward this so you can see here, so you can see this, how this happened over the last couple hours. And okay, so what these tornadoes do, if this is one, and I'm not confirming that it is, I am not on the ground. But what I'm saying is that if this is a tornado, what it's going to do is it's going to cycle. Okay, so right there, bright red and bright red. Okay, and now it's a darker shade. So it could have had some contact with the ground and it could have lifted. Okay, that's what happens, especially in New England with these storms. They can get stronger and get weaker within the matter of seconds or minutes. Okay, if we go farther north, where the other tornado possible tags are, it's a little bit muddier. It's a little bit harder to see where they would be. But if I had to bet right now, I'd put right here, northwest of Warren. Okay, we're in Vermont here. Okay, there's a potential there that I see. Okay, so you got to be very careful right now because these storms are going to move through very quickly. Okay, the one southwest of Rutland has got a bunch of wind on the front side here of it. Okay, so you got to watch out for some wind damage there too. Okay, with the wind out ahead of the potential supercell. Okay, so I'll zoom out now. Let me switch the radar site to reflectivity. So this is showing basically the rainfall rates. Okay, you can pick out some things on this too. Okay, and this will show how hard it's raining, right? The colors show how hard, the intensity. Okay, they call them DBZs. So right here you've got, I said there'd be these bowing line segments. Okay, maybe a little of a bow starting to with all that wind energy. Okay, you got a couple here, couple here. I can change this color over so we can see it better. But there's so much energy right now in the atmosphere and a bunch of wind here coming in from the west. Okay, that's moving into Vermont. Okay, moving in from New York into Vermont, into New Hampshire. Okay, so you're going from New York, Vermont, New Hampshire. Okay, see, I want to update here. This one's blinking. Let's take a look. Tornado possible on that one as well, over by Middlebury and Bristol. That's southeast of Burlington. Okay, there's no threat of a tornado in Maine right now. I'm going to go ahead and bring up the Facebook chat here. I want to bring that up so I can answer some of your questions now. I'll bring that up on my phone, okay? And I'll get to chat. I just wanted to give you an overview of the threat and what's happening right now with these storms coming in. Okay, I've got Facebook up. I'm going to bring the chat up, okay? I'm getting a report of some hard downpours over in Vermont. Okay, so I'm bringing this up right now. I'm just going to mute myself. Okay. What is the difference between a warning and a watch? Great question, Diane Bordeaux. Okay, Diane, thank you for the question. The difference is that a warning means that severe weather is either imminent or it's happening right now. So you need to get to your safe place. A watch means that conditions are favorable for in the near future, within the next several minutes to hours. Okay. When will the rain end in Oxford? Sandy, you can go to jasonnappiweather.com and click on the local forecast and put in Oxford, and it'll show you the hour-by-hour forecast. Okay. Let me see here if I've got any other questions. The questions are scrolling through. So if you already asked a question, I didn't get to it, go ahead and ask the question again. Okay, I'm going to bring the watch up, and I'm going to explain what this stuff means too. Okay, for the tornado watch. I want to explain this very clearly and very simply what the tornado watch means. Okay, so this expires at 7 o'clock. So it's 2 o'clock, you got 5 hours, okay, for this watch before it's over. I don't know if I'll be live the whole time. I might be. Wouldn't be the first time. The risk for a tornado is moderate, 40%. The risk of an EF2 tornado is low, 20%. So that's starting to get up to a stronger version of a tornado. All tornadoes are strong, but you're not going to get the EF2 as likely. It could happen briefly, but that's about the highest it's going to get, EF2 plus. More likely it's EF0, EF1 for this, unless we get more sunshine. Now, the wind damage part of this is moderate for 60 mile per hour plus wind, between 60 and 75, 60%. 75 mile per hour plus is 30%. So you can get up to 75 to 80, 85, maybe 90. There is wind in the low levels of the atmosphere in the sky that could get transported south, okay? Thank you for the stars. Thank you for the subscribers on Facebook. I appreciate that, and also on jasonhappyweather.com. Hail, this is right now low risk for hail, 0%. Not worried about that. Rob, realistically, if the conditions were ideal, there haven't been a lot of tornadoes that held together very long in Portland because of the marine layer, which knocks them down. So not very long, minutes. Is SOPO is in a tornado watch? That is correct here. So if you want to ask about the tornado watch here, I'll show you. It's this outlined area. You see where the red is highlighted? If you're in that red area, you're under a tornado watch. Yes, Christian, thank you. I'm here. Tornado watch, I'm wall to wall. This doesn't happen in Maine very often. It goes all the way down to Hartford, by the way. Boston is just on the edge. North Shore, definitely. South Shore, no. But yes, all of New Hampshire, all of Vermont, a good chunk of the capital region there in Albany, Saratoga Springs, back towards Binghamton, Oneonta, where I went to school. I'm not really sure. Yeah, the marine layer is what protects Maine from a lot of tornadoes, especially along the coastline. But today you've got a very strong southeast wind, and that stabilized the air. Tornado will drop in Maine and Auburn. I don't know, Jacob, about Auburn. Right now, I can tell you that in Lewiston, Auburn, there is a watch up. I can't tell you if you're going to definitely get one or not. You're welcome, Katrina, for Farmington. Yep, you're in there, right? To zoom in here. Skowhegan's in it. Wait, Farmington? Yep, you're in there. I was right. Just got it. It just clipped in. Okay. That is the tornado watch. Like I said, I highlighted the area where there is the watch. Okay. And you've got the cells coming in from the west. And look, it is not out of the question you could see an EF2 or greater tornado today briefly in New England. That's the last thing you want. But if this sun comes out here, okay, I'm going to reload this, okay? Because if the sun comes out, animation unavailable. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, there we go. Okay. So the sun comes out in these places. That's where the concern is, okay? Because you've got the spin. You've got an upper level low that is spinning here. Strong low that is spinning. So the concern is, and the question is not whether or not you've got the spin. You've got the spin, okay? You got the twisting going on, okay, of the wind. It is how much sunshine is going to heat the ground. Time frame, Cindy, is, I don't know where you're asking for, but everyone in the watch is from now until 7 o'clock. On a boat, on a mooring. Rick, you are not safe in a boat from a tornado, especially if you're close to the shore. We're not talking about a water spout unless, this is over the water. I wouldn't want to be in one. Now, water spouts are typically not as strong as a tornado, but I still would not want to be on a boat if a warning was issued. I would watch the Weather Service warnings. If you get a marine warning, I would certainly keep a very close eye on where you are. Okay. Yes, we're under a watch for southwest Maine right now, from a portion of the mid-coast down to the south and west, all the way up into the western mountains. Megan, I don't know where Hudson, New Hampshire is. I know where Hampton is, but you can go to jasonhappyweather.com and put in Hudson, New Hampshire. It'll give you an update. I just can't do every town and city right now. Rick is off the East End Beach in Portland. Well, you're under a tornado watch, Rick. So I mean, that's up to you whether or not you want to stay out there with a tornado watch. So you could get a tornado, and you're not going to have a lot of lead time. I want to look at the radar a little closer right now while the questions keep coming in, okay? Because the radar is starting to look a little nasty here. And we do have some potential, tornadic cells here. Okay, I can tell you there's a lot of wind damage right here. I'm sorry, wind damage, wind energy coming down. So, southeast of Rutland, I don't see anything from a tornado there, but I definitely see a bunch of wind on as that thing is beginning to bow out a little bit. Okay, so I'd be concerned there in Vermont. I definitely would be concerned. I would, because this is the line that's going to produce the severe weather. It's coming in right now from the west. Okay, that's the line coming into Vermont right now. Standish, Maine. Hello, Shayna. Yeah, if you go to jasonnappyweather.com and you go here on my website, and you go to the top of my website on your phone, you click the bars on the top right, or on desktop, and you click on local Maine forecast, you can put in any city here that you want for the country, and it's going to give you the hour-by-hour forecast. Yes, Tim, there certainly could be some straight line wind. Yes, straight line wind, some bowing segments, okay? So yeah, go in there, it'll tell you, Lewis, Auburn, tornado watch. You can go here, click on hourly forecast in Lewiston, okay, watch. By 8 o'clock, you're all clear in Lewiston. You can see it right here on my website. You're all clear. Gunquit, same thing. By 7 o'clock. If you're driving and see a tornado, you should turn around. You should not try and get ahead of the tornado. You should turn around if you can. If not, you need to, I hesitate to say get out and go lie flat somewhere because there could be debris, but you don't want to be in something that can be picked up by the tornado. Augusta, Maine. Augusta, Maine is right here, and it is just outside the tornado watch right now. That could change in the next few hours, but right now it is just outside the tornado watch. I can't do everyone's town and city. So right now I'm going to tell you that these storms are coming in from the west, and the atmosphere is certainly primed right now for these cells. The greatest threat is going to come from these cells down here, okay, that are approaching Albany. Those are going to pull north, and once they do, okay, once these cells down here around Albany, you see them come into the picture here, once those in Saratoga Springs and Albany, once those pull up north and east, that's where you got to watch right now. It'd be southern, central Vermont, all of Vermont, and then all of New Hampshire, especially southwestern New Hampshire first. Hello from Newport. Hello, Andrew. So yeah, right now it's a watch. It is not a warning for a tornado, but it is a watch. There is a tornado warning in Canada. You see that there? That is up by Environment Canada. That's east of Ottawa. They have a tornado warning up. Okay, so these storms have had the history. Then you're probably in the. That's actually not true, Rob. You're not in a tornado warning if you're in the red outlined area, Rob. Please don't spread that information. That's not true. You're in a tornado watch. There is a difference between a watch and a warning. A watch means conditions are favorable. A warning means that they are imminent or happening. So please disregard what Rob said. That is not true. Hello, Betty. You are under, if you're in the Hartford area, north and east, Betty, you are in a tornado watch. Okay. Hello, Stephanie. It's okay, Rob. It happens. People get it mixed up all the time. I just want to make sure very clear. I don't want anyone to panic. You're not under a warning for a tornado. You're under a watch. Dew point is low. Well, in Bangor, Don, you're not under a watch or warning. You're right. The dew point is low, and you've got a stable marine layer. I don't anticipate in Bangor seeing, a tornado today, but we'll see how things develop this afternoon. I would love to give everyone's their city by city forecast. I cannot do that. I don't have the ability to do everyone's town. But if you go to jasonhappyweather.com and click on local Maine forecast, you can put in your town. It'll give you the hour by hour. Orographic lift from the mountain ranges will help with the spinning. I think we already got plenty of spin. We don't need any more spin. Katrina, I would love to give you the forecast for every town in Maine, but I'm going to focus in on what's happening right now with the warnings and the watches. You're under a tornado watch, I can tell you, in Lyman. I do know in York County, all of York County is under a tornado watch. Okay, so that's the red outlined area here. It's also back here in Vermont too. So everyone just about that you see on the screen is under a watch. Thank you, Don. I appreciate that. I'm here. I appreciate every follow, every subscription. I want to let everyone know that coming up soon, hopefully this month, early next month, I have a weather app in development. That is a screenshot from the storms over the weekend at Dover-Foxcroft. That was a potential tornado-warned cell. It was a tornado possible tag, and I got that with a test build of my app. So you can go to jasonhappyweather.com and you can check out what the app is going to feature, all the features. I do the only regional daily 10-day forecast for Maine, coast, inland, mountains. I'm the only meteorologist that does that from scratch by hand every day. Okay. Nina, I don't know if it's going more north yet. I wouldn't say that yet. And if you want a detailed breakdown every day of that 10-day forecast, it is $5 a month. You can be a subscriber. You can cancel anytime. There's also questions. If you have questions about the app, it's all right there. There's going to be support for it. It's all right here for free. The app is going to be free. The only thing that I would charge for is the premium weather blog that I do. That is it. Because that is the only 10-day forecast for Maine, and I do that. I spend hours on that every day. It has very detailed information on the weather in Maine and New England. South Portland, Cape Elizabeth, yeah, beautiful areas. There is not much of a risk for hail today, Trudy. There is not. It would be from a tree coming down. Cars without insurance versus hail might be. This is not a big hail risk. It is not. Not a hail risk. I'm not worried about hail. Not with this storm. Hello from Hinsdale, New Hampshire. Hello. Yeah, well, we've got multiple warnings up. So let's talk about the warnings. You're welcome, Doris. So we've got the watch, which is outlined in the red, and you've got the warnings here too. So, for example, this warning here has a tornado possible tag. Okay, so you got to look here at the radar, and I'll show it to you. Is it Barrie? Familiarize me with Vermont just a little bit, because I'm a little more focused more on Maine. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning in Middlebury. That's going to expire in a minute, okay, because that cell is moved out. The one for Rutland has no longer a tornado possible tag. It has cycled out. And the one north of Albany does not have a tornado possible tag. But we'll see if that changes here in the next few minutes here. Hello from Bridgeton. Hello, Linda. Yeah, you're welcome. So let's go ahead. I am here for you, Reba, 100%. Let me go ahead and bring the radar up to the latest possible velocity look so I can show you. Barrie. Thank you, Jaeger. Wind gusts picking up north of Boston. Yeah, north of Boston, you were going to get some storms there. You were in a tornado watch. Pretty dark in Lewiston. Yeah, I'll bring up the plane radar in a second here. What you have here, east of Rutland, is a bunch of wind energy. Just going to watch out. There could be some limbs down there. In Berry, okay, probably not. But if there is a tornado, it would be right there. Once again, wind going toward and away, spinning in the atmosphere right there in Berry. Okay, so those are the two spots I would look at right now. If I bring up the radar for everybody, okay, let's go ahead and do this. And it's always tricky with this. I want to bring up the radar. Let's see if it'll let me. There we go. Okay. I don't know, Cynthia, about Woodstock. I don't have every town right now up available here. So you can go to my website and you can type in the hourly forecast. Okay, so here's a look at the latest radar loop here. This is showing basically the national look at it. Tornado warning east of Ottawa, and then here comes the line from the west right here. Okay, that's coming down just now through Albany, soon, Rutland, Berry, up towards Newport, Colebrook. Okay, that's the latest look at the radar that is showing the tornado watch here. Okay, if the sun is trying to peek out, that's not a good sign. That means the worst weather is going to likely happen, or the greatest chance for it. Okay. Zach, up in Augusta right now, you're on the edge of the watch. We'll have to wait for a change on that. Okay. Well, we'll take a look here at the satellite picture. Okay. Not a lot of sun. In southwestern York County, there's a little bit of some sunshine. The clouds are a little bit thinner there, so that's a concern there. Yeah, let's see here. Severe weather, tornadoes in Farmington. You're under a tornado watch in Connor. That would be this afternoon. So, you're under a tornado watch in Farmington. Okay? You are definitely under a watch. There are a couple cells here that have spin with them, and the Weather Service is eyeing those very closely out of Burlington. If you have any other questions about the timeline overall, I can tell you this is an afternoon, evening time. I can also tell you that the rain is going to be torrential. There's going to be an opportunity for flash flooding. Okay, I'll put this map on. It's a little busy, but this will show you a good idea here of all of the green coming, all of the rain that's coming in from the west. Little sun in Scarborough, yes. I believe that for sure. Okay, I definitely believe that. So there's a new warning here over towards east of Schenectady from those cells. So you've got a couple areas here, Montpelier, Rutland to the south, Schenectady over to Bennington. So these three areas are moving north and east. That's where you got to watch out for severe weather in those three areas. It's this thin line to the west. Don, the weather app is coming out either end of this month or early next month. When do you think the watches may end up? The watches are going to go to at least 7 o'clock for Maine and New Hampshire. So you've got about 5 hours almost left. Yeah, and for anyone asking, you can go to my website, jasonnappyweather.com, and there's all kinds of ways to navigate on here to get all kinds of information. Until the app is released, you can go here and click on app, click on radar, click on local Maine forecast, click on storm desk. It's all updated. Premium, and there's also another page I added as well that's called More. You click on that, and it breaks down everything I do every day, okay? Every day. And you will get notifications, forecasts, updates. The weather app is going to be a situation where I'll go live from it, and I'm going to tell you exactly in your area where a tornado is or is not, if that was to happen, okay? There's even a nor'easter center I'm going to have when nor'easter season comes, okay? Featured food picks, all my favorite food picks across Maine, my sponsors, pizza recipes, and some advertising if you know of a business that would like to have their business in front of, you know, hundreds and thousands of Mainers, okay, and tourists and everyone here. So that's all available right now on jasonnappyweather.com, okay? You're going to get an alert on your phone, and it's going to say Nappycast, okay? It's going to be by Jason Nappy Weather. It's going to say Nappycast, okay? And it's going to pop up an alert, and it's going to show you where the warnings are, okay? It's going to show it right there on your phone, okay? And it's all going to be in the App Store and also on Google Play, okay? It's going to be great. Yes, there is a strong onshore breeze right now where the waves are going to be building, for sure, yes. So I'm just looking for when the next warning would be issued as these storms move into a favorable environment here in the next few hours. Thank you, Kim. Yeah, go ahead and check it out. You know, sign up if you like. If you find this information useful. If you want to be a premium member and you like that information, those detailed forecasts of the daily weather blog, do that. If not, that's fine. There's plenty of other free information if you don't want that. But there's plenty on there for everybody. Okay, everyone is included. It's focused on Maine and New England, but you can download the app anywhere. Yes, Tim, that's what I was talking about. Be prepared for the watch. Take action with a warning, okay? Excuse me. In Manchester, New Hampshire, you are under a tornado watch. So you need to be prepared to take shelter should a warning be issued. And for Manchester, I will show you. So I used to work in Manchester when I worked for WMUR Channel 9 back in 2007. Funny fact, in case you didn't know, when I worked there, is that Manchester, which is in southern New Hampshire, obviously, right here, okay, there are no storms in your area yet. However, off to the south and west, you have severe thunderstorm warnings, okay? Yes, Kim, not worried about Bangor right now, but give it some time, a few more hours, and it's going to be some heavy rain. We'll move through York County. The storm's going to move through York County. It's going to be a couple hours. Nina, you only need a subscription on jasonnappyweather.com for the premium weather blog. That's the only thing you need a subscription for. If you clicked on those things, then you were looking because you wanted those things. So those things, which is just one thing, it's just the weather blog, premium weather blog. That requires subscription. Everything else on the website is free. Okay, everything else. But the premium weather blog requires a subscription. The 10-day forecast requires a subscription. That's included in the blog. Okay. Everything else, the radar, the forecast, hourly, 7-day, that's all free. It's free. There's no subscription needed for the Storm Desk. Okay. That information is free. Now, the featured update, that is the blog, but everything else on there, the video, the maps, this stuff's all free. Just this one part here, the blog. Click on that because that's for premium members. I do want a subscription to support your hard work. Thank you so much, Nina. I'd love a subscription. Hello, April. Nice to see you. Skowhegan right now. Tornado watch in Skowhegan. So be very, very aware. Can you explain how a supercell to the novice folks? Okay, well, we can go ahead and bring that up. I can bring it up from the Weather Service. But basically, it's the most mature form of a thunderstorm, okay? That's what a supercell is. So you have a thunderstorm that starts off as basically some clouds, right? And you get enough instability, enough lift in the atmosphere, and it matures. It gets bigger, it gets stronger. The updraft gets stronger, okay, and it gets large. So it starts off as just a little cumulus tower, and then it balloons into a supercell, into a mature thunderstorm. That's the best way I can explain it to a novice. Sebago Lake under a tornado watch. Yeah, Sanford, under a tornado watch. Okay, this is rare. You don't get tornado watches very often in Maine, New Hampshire, New England, but it does happen from time to time. Okay, thank you for everyone that's signing up to be notified about the weather app when it launches soon. Next couple weeks. Right now, it's got to be certified by Apple and Google before. South Portland, under a tornado watch right now, okay? All these places here in the red, under a tornado watch. Conditions are favorable. You should have a plan in place should a watch turn to a warning, okay? Not a warning right now, but you should have a plan in place. If you're in Vermont right now, there are warnings up. You need to take action. Hello from Hallowell, looking here for a watch. We're close to the areas. Not in a watch right now in Hallowell. Well, Jen, we're not looking to scare anyone. The reason why you would be scared is if you weren't prepared. So by being prepared, you wouldn't be scared because you know how to act if a warning is issued. So that's why we're here. That's great, Megan. So the purpose of getting the information out in a clear and calm, plain English manner is that this will prepare you so that if a warning is issued, you are not going to be in a panic state. You're going to say, okay, let's do our tornado plan or our severe weather plan. Hannah, I wouldn't say that this is exciting. You don't want a tornado to hit. I promise you that. That's not what anyone wants. Even if you say you want that, you don't want that. I have seen what tornadoes can do, and I've seen tornadoes that have killed people. So let's not get excited about tornadoes or severe weather. If if you want to do that on your own time, that's between you and whoever. But I just want to be very clear. We're not rooting for tornadoes here. We are hoping that the sun doesn't come out, and we're hoping the forecast busts, and hoping that nothing happens, and there's no damage, and no one loses their life or is injured. That's what we're going for here. That's what this community is about. That's what we're always rooting for. But the opportunity is there because it's a strong storm in the 980s for pressure. It's mid-June. You've got a high sun angle, a little sunshine here on the satellite, and then we could have some problems. Let me reset this, get a new satellite picture up, okay, and show you here. Here is your spin going on, and here's the sun trying to break out here, southern New Hampshire and Massachusetts. Okay, right now I'd be concerned about here. You've got sun breaking out in central Mass. That's a concern for me. Okay, you put the wind energy over towards central Mass right now, and we don't want that because that could easily pop a tornado with that amount of instability. Okay, I'll take a look and see what the CAPE is, which is the convective available potential energy. So think about, whenever you ever hear the word CAPE, okay, it's like storm energy. and it's like a powder keg, like a big can of gasoline. And right now, there isn't a lot of gasoline. There aren't a lot because the sun hasn't come out a lot. But if the sun comes out, you've got big cans of gasoline waiting to, be lit. Basically, this and the sun. So it's the same thing I've been talking about is that the sun comes out, you put a powder keg, and that is the instability needed for severe weather, for anything severe. You need instability, okay? Scott, if you don't, I would need confirmation on that before you put that in the chat. Otherwise, I'm going to have to ask you to please not say that. Okay, and if you repeat that, unfortunately, I will have to remove you because that is not confirmed from what I have seen yet. But if you have a source, you're welcome to share that, and we will verify that. But this is a community and a channel that is viewed millions of times a day sometimes, especially lately. So be very careful about what you say here in the chat and where your sources are. As I have a very what's the word for the ban hammer? It's very quick. It's very swift. I do not have a lot of tolerance for people that spread misinformation. So only facts here. We talk in facts and we talk very clearly. So no chance really of hail, Courtney. I'm not worried about hail with this one. It's extremely low. Wind damage or a tornado. Okay. But yes, you get one chance here, if that, to explain your comment or your claim or whatever. But that's it. And if you want that to be your one shot to before you get banned, then that's your course of life, that's your free will. But I would be very very careful. In Belfast, no tornado watch right now in Belfast. This is just for Southwest Maine. Thank you, April, for the 99 stars. I appreciate it. This is just for Western Maine and Southern Maine. That is where the watch is. And all of New Hampshire, all of Vermont, okay? Let's take a look at this cell right here. Tornado possible tag on this one. Take a look at this one right here. Not tornado possible tag. Take a look at this one right here, not. So the cell here, let's go ahead and bring up the I'm going to go ahead and switch this radar site over. Let's take a look at the rotation. Okay. Yeah, no problem, Karen. I'm here. I think it's going to be tougher for the sun to break out in central or northern New Hampshire. The farther south you are, you got a better shot of seeing the sun break out. But I don't see it right now in as much for the farther you go north. If you look at the satellite picture here, it's mostly southern New Hampshire and central Mass and Connecticut where the sun is trying to break out. What about Waterville? People asking about Waterville. You're under a tornado watch in Waterville, for sure. Actually, wait, hold on. Let me see. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're under a... No, you're just outside. I'm looking right at it. Just outside tornado watch. I don't know, Brenda, about Hardwick, except that all of the state of Vermont is under a tornado watch, the whole state. So if you're in Vermont, it counts. Sun breaks and hooks it. Yeah, yeah. It's southern New Hampshire starting to break out a little bit. So when this energy, when this line gets here, and it'd be better if it was a thin line than discrete cells popping out, right? It's better off if it's a thin line. We want to see, now there'll still be wind damage, but you wouldn't get a tornado as likely if it's that, basically that kind of thin line coming right now with this. But there still could be a couple of little hitches there. Jonesport, Skowhegan. Jonesport, not going to see a threat for a tornado anytime soon. Skowhegan, you're in the threat. Augusta, you're just on the outside of the threat right now. Okay. But the concern is going to be for this energy here coming in from New York into Vermont. That thin line there and this stuff up here, okay, those two areas, okay, this has become completely taken over by rain. So that's good news there. But this down to the south is going to run into some clearing. You got to watch out for these cells out ahead of the main line. Those got to watch very closely. I have friends down for Laconia for Bike Week. Great. What time will the worst start in Maine? In Maine, it's any time from now through the evening time. But really the worst of it is back in Vermont. So the worst of it's going to come with that main line unless something pops out ahead for southern and western Maine. Strong in Liberty. Yeah, you're going to have thunderstorms on and off, Mindy, in Liberty. You're going to have thunderstorms. It's pretty much guaranteed, not 100%, but you're going to have thunderstorms. Okay? And if you're asking for questions about a specific location, jasonhappyweather.com, okay? Click on local Maine forecast. Right now I've got it set to Lewiston, and you see right there the alert is up. Tornado watch is up. Okay? You can put in your location. You want to put in, where'd you say? You want to do Liberty? Liberty, Maine, right? Okay, let's put Liberty, Maine in. No tornado watch in Liberty, Maine. You know what? Type your town name in chat, and I will put in the what's if you have an alert. Go ahead, because we don't have any warnings in Maine right now, no tornado warnings. But go ahead and tell me if you haven't checked already. I will put in, just to show you that jasonhappyweather.com works. Tell me what town. Okay, Bangor, done. Let's go. 58 degrees and raining right now. No alerts. Okay? What's the next town? Wells and Agunquit. We'll do Wells. Wells, Maine. Tornado watch. Okay? I'll even do the hourly forecast too. Okay? For Wells. Wells, Maine. Hourly forecast. The rain stops after 7 o'clock. Okay. Who's next? Oh, now they're all coming in, so I'm going to have to catch up. Biddeford, Brunswick. Let me do those two. I'm going to be behind now. Biddeford. Oh, got to spell it right. Biddeford, Maine. Tornado watch. Biddeford, Maine. You can do this. You don't need me to do this. You can do this. Go to jasonhappyweather.com and click on local Maine forecast. Rain ends after 7 o'clock in Biddeford. Brunswick. Brunswick, Maine, I'm assuming. Anyone can do this. It is free. It is on jasonhappyweather.com. Tornado watch for Brunswick. Okay? Medway, Maine. Not somewhere I'm extremely familiar with. Let's do Medway. Medway, Maine. 56 rain. No weather alerts. Let's do Hooksett. Tornado watch, 74 degrees, wind southeast, okay? Baldwin, Baldwin, New York? Are we doing Baldwin, New York? 78. Rip current statement. That's on the coastline. Uh, is it Lebanon? Lebanon? I'm not sure which one. There's different ones. Okay, you got New Hampshire, you got Maine. Okay, let's do Maine. 65, tornado watch. Let's do Roxbury. Where is Roxbury? Is that down east? 54 and fog. I bet you it is down. No, it's not down east. Roxbury. Where is Roxbury? Tornado watch. That's the mid coast, isn't it? It's the mid coast, right? Fry Island. We're going to do Fry Island. Obviously, on the coast. 62, mid coast. Tornado watch, right? That's probably not that far from Casco Bay, right? Thank you, April. I appreciate it. Freeport. Thank you, Nina. I'm glad that it worked for you. Lunenburg. Let's do Freeport first. Freeport, Maine. Tornado watch is up for you. Lunenburg, Mass. I don't know where that is. I've never been there. Tornado watch, 76 degrees. Okay. Unfortunately, I can't spend all day here doing all of these, but Carol, any chance these things will decrease severity as it passes over the whites? So the mountains don't prevent tornadoes. They can approach a mountain. You're not going to have a tornado form on top of a mountain, but it is a myth that the mountains mean that they are a shield from tornadoes. So tornadoes can still happen in the mountains. So let's see here. By Millinocket. Checks all the time. He wants to see meteorologist. That's great to hear, Jessica. Thank you so much. That is great to hear. April, thank you so much again. Roxbury Pond. I have a camp up there. Roxbury is near Rumford and Mexico. Oh, so up around the Oxford Hills, Western Mountains. Raymond, Fry Island is in Sebago Lake. It's not out off the islands. Okay, that's right. Fry Island, Sebago Lake, but it's called Fry Island. Right? Yeah, I forgive me on that one. Fry Island. So that's right over here. Right over here. I wonder if we could find it. There it is. There's Fry. There we go. Found Fry Island. Thank you. If you live in apartments that aren't on the ground floor and have no place to shelter if a tornado warning were to occur, is the bathroom the best option? Brandon, great question. So if you live in an apartment or a place where you can't get to the ground level, which you should be at the ground level, then you've got to be in the interior-most portion of whatever structure you're in the center location. And typically that's in the bathtub, and at the worst case, you want to put your mattress over you so the debris doesn't fall on top of you. Okay? That's what you want. Away from windows, away from doors. Because the tornado will just peel away like an onion. It's going to peel away pieces of the apartment if it was a direct hit. Okay? We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is now in New Hampshire. Okay? 60 mile per hour wind in New Hampshire. And there is that warning. Okay? And that is radar indicated, and it goes for an hour. So that is from the line coming in from the west. So we have our first severe thunderstorm warning for New Hampshire with this line coming in from the west. It is a thin line going all the way up into Canada, all the way down to Vermont and New York. This line right now, my greatest concern is going to be southern Vermont, southern New Hampshire, and southern Maine, and also northern part of Rhode Island, a northwest corner, but definitely northern Connecticut and Massachusetts. Okay, Aaron, yes, that line is starting to get brighter. It's coming into a more favorable environment. So I do expect more warnings to be issued as this line pushes east. But right now, I did not see a lot of, let me go ahead and bring up weather-wise. I didn't see a lot of Let me move this out of the way. Let's see here. I didn't see a lot of rotation, which is good. Did not see a lot of rotation. So right now, not overly concerned with a rotation situation. So that would be great. Great news if we could keep it that way. Let me go ahead and let me change this here. I've got you guys up in front of me here. Quite windy in Casco. Yes, lot of wind coming in. Let me change this to a radar site, and let me pick. I could do gray. Could do here. I'll do outside of Albany, or should I do Burlington? Do Burlington. So here, so we can take a look at the wind here. Okay, so if there's it's a little bit, maybe I'll get a better look from Albany, outside Albany. Yeah, there's definitely some wind energy there. Definitely, let me take a look at it from gray. I can also tilt the radar up higher and show that too. But there's definitely wind energy. As far as tornadoes go, if you've got something, maybe here near Andover and Chester, about to cross over into New Hampshire, maybe here as well, around Woodstock, east of Killington. Okay, tough to see right now. It's pretty marginal, but right now, those are the areas I'd be watching closely with these cells. But I don't see anything clearly defined, that would be a tornado right now. But yeah, that line is definitely looking a little bit more impressive, but it looks a lot more like a straight line wind situation right now. So that's the good news, even though straight line wind in this environment, this setup could certainly be very damaging. So I don't want you to let your guard down if you don't get a tornado, because straight line wind or a microburst could be just as strong, if not stronger, than a tornado. So I don't want you to let your guard down. It'd be basically a huge wall with some bowing segments of some wind. So still, it would be better than an EF2 in a lot of regards. So thank you, Diane, for the storm report there. I appreciate it. So this is what we're looking at right now on radar. This is the line of the storms coming through, which is now consolidating into just a straight line. Okay, straight line. And tornado survivors in chat, like Nadine, you can speak to what it's like and how no one ever wants to be in a tornado. But yeah, this line is beginning to consolidate. It's turning it just in the last few minutes. This line here. Now I'd watch out here. And I'd watch out here. Okay, those are two spots to watch. But you're consolidating this line, and this is going to be where you're going to have most of the main action as it comes through from the west. Okay, much more of a straight line. Thin line, but a straight line, and easily could bring some damaging wind with it. Okay, and what the Weather Service typically does in these scenarios is they'll just go ahead and put a warning up for like the whole line, because there's so much potential wind energy here for this line. But we'll see what they do. But that's where you've got lightning and you've got wind gusts. Yes, no tornadoes. Yes, Nadine, no windows. You gotta stay away from windows because that's where the debris comes in. Well, Katie, the Sebago Lake area is under a tornado watch until 7 o'clock. Okay? So this is where you see all these colors right now. That's where the watch is. This is where the warning is. with a tornado possible tag on it, and that is in Vermont, about ready to come into New Hampshire. Okay. So I'll zoom out, show you that. So this line's going to take some time to get through. We've got until, they said 7 o'clock, coming up on 3 o'clock. Probably not the full 4 hours, but you've got this whole southern tip of the line that's got to come through. So it could be the full 4 hours, because it's got to come through from the south. That's what's going to take the longest to drag through right now. Yes, good comment, Nadine. A rain wrapped tornado you're not going to see. So if it's now, this line here is not rain wrapped; it's just a wall of wind and rain. It's not tornadic, but then there we go. They just put the warning out for that whole line. That's what I said they were going to do. So they've now put a warning out for that entire line, severe thunderstorm warning for this whole line. Okay. Nothing tornadic, there's no spin on it, right? It's just a wall of wind and rain that is now approaching Massachusetts, northwest Massachusetts, southern Vermont, and approaching New Hampshire. Okay? So that's just a wall of wind and rain coming right now. I could switch it over to the velocity and show you this. Okay? You've got lightning, wind, rain, all right there, all coming in from the west. How bad is Augusta, Gardner? Not under a tornado watch right now in Augusta. Right now, you're all clear for the time being. Okay? The warnings are up for New Hampshire and Vermont. That's where we have the warnings right now. Not in Maine yet. We've got time. Thank you, April. Yeah, 57 degrees. April is not ideal for severe weather, but it's really more about the dew point today, the dew point coming up. So you've got moisture and you've got wind. So this is what's called a high shear, low cape event. Not a lot of instability, but you've got a lot of spinning of the wind because of that strong low moving through Canada. So you can still get tornadoes in that because there's so much wind and so much spinning. Great question, though. Great question. So this line is the main line that's coming through Vermont, just about done with New York, and it's going to enter into Massachusetts and New Hampshire, rest of Vermont. And it's moving at a good clip, but we're coming up on 3 o'clock. You're welcome, April, no problem. And the storm comes in from the west, and then it'll march across New Hampshire into southern Maine. It's going to pull a little bit north, too. Thank you for the report, Crystal. Appreciate that. But yeah, there's a bunch of wind, rain, and lightning. And everyone asking about where you live, about, how do I get the forecast where I live? Well, you just go right here and you can type in, type in Biddeford, Maine. You get your hourly forecast, your 7-day, your hourly, right? It's all here. Just click on local Maine forecast. Click on the radar. You can track this. It's going to be on my weather app coming very soon. Okay? You can track it right here. That's what it looks like on my weather app, right there. In Biddeford, you hear thunder. Dominic, let's take a look at that. Let's take a look. I don't see any on radar right now, so I'm not sure in Biddeford where you're hearing the thunder from, but I don't see anything close by on radar. Maybe I could bring up Gray's site. Yeah, you're all clear in Biddeford. There shouldn't be any lightning. To camp, you're up in Standish. For Hiram, Carrie, let's go ahead and put Hiram in. Okay, let's put Hiram in. I can't do this for everybody, but you're under a flood watch and a tornado watch in Hiram. So definitely be aware. Be alert. Be ready to certainly take action, okay, in Hiram. Tornado watch in Hinsdale, New Hampshire. Yes, that's been up for about an hour now, Crystal. The tornado watch has been up. So that alert just came in. It's a little bit late. Wind picking up in Auburn. There's a very strong southerly wind component with these storms out ahead of the Maine storm up to the north here. The atmosphere is trying to balance itself out right now because there's a strong storm over Canada. So you've got a strong wind out of the south. Okay? But yeah, if we look at these storms here from the site here out of Gray, you can see where this thin line is from St. Johnsbury, Haverhill, all the way down to Bennington. This is where you've got this line, okay? A bunch of torrential rainfall going on right now with this line. Tent doesn't blow away in Standish. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be in a tent right now. There's a lot of wind coming down from the sky, so I wouldn't want to be in a tent. That's the radar out of Burlington. Here's the radar out of Albany. You can see the line, okay? This is the line coming in from the west. This is the line that's going to be popping the severe thunderstorm warnings and potential tornado warnings. It's that line right there. That's where you have to be concerned about. That line pushing to the east. Yes, I'd be watching that extremely closely. Better chance for tornado in Leamington, Maine. There is a chance. There is a tornado watch up in Leamington. You were included in the watch, which means there's right now up to a 40% chance for a watch, for a tornado, basically 40%, okay, of that watch is tornado based. As far as the actual percentage of the actual tornado right now, it's between 2 and 4%, okay, for most of the area, but is a 5 to 9% for a good chunk of New Hampshire and Vermont. But the watch was issued because of that 40% tornado, and then also you've got about a 70% for wind, right? A lot of percentages being thrown at you. All you need to know really is that the opportunity for severe weather has increased enough that the watch was issued because conditions are favorable. Oh, thank you, Jacob. Yeah, thank you for watching. If it is safe to do so, then you are welcome to keep an eye. Livermore Falls, Livermore. Yeah, you're not quite. I mean, you're on the edge of the tornado watch, so it's going to be at the end of that 5, 6, 7 o'clock time frame. Aaron, it's with the end of the low pressure pinwheel fronts. No, there's another one coming on Monday night, Aaron, and it's likely heading south, but we'll see. It might trend farther north. So if it heads south, then it wouldn't be a threat, most likely, for severe weather, because you wouldn't be in the warm sector. So, but it does look like it's going to have some heavy rain. I haven't had a lot of time to look at that because I've been busy with this today, but I will look at that tomorrow for sure in my morning weather blog for premium members. I will break down the next storm, which is some thunderstorms Sunday, mostly non-severe, but really it's Monday to Tuesday is the next chance for a bigger storm. Nothing, major, but certainly could be a good soaking Monday into Tuesday. But here you see all these polygons popping up. Those are severe thunderstorm warnings that cover western New Hampshire, southern Vermont, northwestern Massachusetts right now. That's where these thunderstorms are severe. And they will stay severe for at least the next probably 45 minutes, and then they're going to move east. As you get this line, broken line with these segments here developing. And we'll see if we get any kind of like kinks in the line. That's where you would get tornadic. That's where you get the spin going on. Right now, don't have any of those. The last check. Yeah, severe thunderstorm warnings right now. All coming in to New England in the next minutes and hours. So it takes us through 7 o'clock, the tornado watch. Okay. There it is. There's the watch. Ends at 7 o'clock. The heavy rainfall goes on for the next several hours once the storms get there, right? So the threat for flash flooding is up until these storms clear. Right now, they're clearing. Schenectady is about to be clear in New York. Katrina in Sanford, you are under a tornado watch in Sanford. Yes. But if you are in the path of these thunderstorms that are coming across the border into New Hampshire right now and Massachusetts, okay, there is a wall of lightning and wind and torrential downpours. So it's going to come through and it's going to rain heavily, and there's going to be wind too. So in the southern part of central and southern New Hampshire, southern Vermont, northwestern Mass, east of Albany, New York, there is a lot of wind and lightning. In Booth Bay, right now, you are not under a tornado watch. There will be rain tonight, though. Same thing, Lewiston, you are under a tornado watch. Okay? But it is this line off to the west that is pushing east. This line right here has all of the wind, the lightning, okay? That is marching to the east. Let me go ahead and show you this a little bit clearer. Clean this up a little bit. So here is the line crossing into New Hampshire right now. Okay, this is the main line, which has the severe weather with it. So if you're in the path of that, you're east of that line. If it turns to a warning, what do? If it's a tornado, then you get into the basement if you have one. If you don't, you get to typically the centermost portion of your home, which would be the bathtub, bathroom, and you put your mattress on top of you if you get a tornado warning. Dominic, the way I can tell with rotation is you look at the velocity, the wind speed on the radar, Dominic, and if you've got, it looks like a red and a green dancing with each other, okay? And if you have those dancing with each other or close together, okay, then you, hold on a second, let me just get rid of that person. If you have those things together on the velocity, the red and the green together, okay, then you've got rotation because it's measuring the wind going toward and away from the radar. So that's how you know it's a tornado. It's a very tight couplet of red and green that are bright and they're close together. for the most part. There are some times like you get a side lobing or something. Radar meteorology we could get into and talk to for hours here, but right now we'll keep it pretty simple. But that is where you would have that wind. Power outages would be from a tree taking, a line down. So there is, it wouldn't be a widespread. It would be from a storm. Manchester, New Hampshire, windy, dark. Yeah, it's going to start getting darker too. Okay, York, Maine, tornado watch. You're welcome, Dominic. Do you see this line I have up? 7 o'clock in Manchester. By 7 o'clock, this line will likely be through Manchester, but I don't know, if you're prepared before that, like that. Typically, you don't just start at 7 o'clock for a game. You have to do pregame stuff. So if it's tornado warning and heavy winds, I would say yes to power. Well, yes, if the tornado took out a power line, yes. Cornish, Maine is under a tornado watch, Elizabeth. Yes. Yeah, and look, we're always going to get a few bad apples in the bunch, right? And those people just get blocked and banned immediately. I have zero hesitation. So if that's how you want to go out, then that's your choice. But when should southern Maine see the severe weather? How severe are you thinking? Well, right now in southern Maine, there is an opportunity for a tornado because of the tornado watch, because the atmosphere right now is primed a little bit. Now, if I get into the details a little bit, I'll show you here. This is the satellite picture. And we've got wind energy, but really this comes down to how much sunshine in southern Maine. There's a little bit trying to peek out here. But the greater risk right now is going to be here in Massachusetts and a little bit in New Hampshire. That's where you've got, more sun. So you've got spin from the low pressure system, so the wind is twisting, okay? You don't need that. We got that already. It's all about whether or not the sun comes out. That's what it comes down to. And that will heat up the power keg. Anyone had touchdown anywhere? I've seen New York and Mass warning. I did not see any touchdowns yet. Will Bangor, Maine get a thunderstorm today? Tyler, luckily, yes, probably this evening, but it likely won't be overly severe. Sabatis, okay. If you're asking if Sabatis is okay, right now it is. I could go ahead and show you. Right? You just go here to my website. I then type that in, right? Sabatis. Am I still typing that wrong? Am I still typing? I got too many B's. There we go. It is currently cloudy in Sabatis. No tornado watch. I wouldn't be overly concerned there for severe weather in the immediate future. Yeah, there haven't been any tornadoes that I've seen yet. It's just been the tornado watch. We're watching this very closely here. JasonNappyWeather.com. Okay, here's the radar. You're gonna have access to right now. You can do this right now. You don't need me. You can go to JasonNappyWeather.com, click on radar, and you can track the storms right there. There they are. The lightning bolts, the storms, and it's all right there. You can type in your town name, and it's all right there on my website. If you want to know ahead of time before the storms when they're going to come, then you can sign up for my weather blog. But that's up to you. Eventually, the weather app is going to have that. Standish, please. I'm in a camper. Standish, you're okay right now. And Standish. Yes, thank you, Miranda. We're hoping that this is a busted forecast, but there are some storms coming in. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for just north of the Lakes region. It's the mountains of New Hampshire. This includes Coos County, New Hampshire. Okay, so, and I can go ahead and bring up the radar site here. Let's go to gray for this one. You can see this wall here coming. Okay, take a look at this. Look at it's a large severe thunderstorm warning. Large. Okay, so look at this. Yeah, it's a big severe thunderstorm warning for a good chunk of northern New Hampshire. So north of the Lakes region. The Lakes region is also included there near Laconia and Grafton. But this is the line that's marching west to east. It's coming across. You've got at least 60 mile per hour or more wind with this. Okay, so this whole line, this thin line, is going to march west to east. Okay, in the next several hours. So it's 3:11 local time. Excuse me, and it's going to come east. So be prepared for lightning, flooding, maybe a tornado. It's all pushing west to east right now. And that's just this one line right here. Okay, there's more that's back over in Canada. Okay, from the spin going on. Okay, that just came through Ottawa. So you got rounds and rounds. Now the mountains have a better opportunity. I just got an update on my phone. It says lightning has been detected within 15 miles of Freiburg from NappyCast, from my weather app. I've got the test build. So there it is. Freiburg, you're within 15 miles of a lightning strike, which means if you're outside in Freiburg, you could be struck by lightning. Chances are low when it's that far away. The chances go up the closer you get. But in Freiburg, 15 miles away, the lightning alert just came through from NappyCast, Jason Nappy Weather, in Freiburg, which is obviously right here on the border of Maine and New Hampshire. There's Freiburg, okay? And you are now within 15 miles of this lightning strike, likely right here, okay? So it's getting close to Maine, okay? I'm live. Probably going to stay live the whole time, probably. As this comes through, if it's, if tornado watch is up, that's a big deal. So I'm live. So there's thunderstorms coming in. If you're south of Freiburg, Meredith, then, be close. Be ready. It's all coming in from the west right now. Once again, it is jasonnappyweather.com, and you can go through the radar, the app, local Maine forecast, storm desk, all of it's there. It's all there. Premium, if you'd like the premium subscriber and get a special forecast, it's all there. Okay, you can zoom into your area. You can do all that stuff right there. Okay. It's all right there, available for you. Sebago Lake region is under a severe a tornado watch. Northern Maine, Sue, right now, I'm not concerned with Northern Maine. Right now, Northern Maine is not trending to be severe at last check. But these storms are coming in, like I said, from the west, okay? So be prepared from the west. Let me just respond to this very quickly. And then we'll get back to the radar. Okay, sent that over. Let's take a look at these warnings coming in. Lots of wind energy coming in from the west. Okay. Responded to that. Responded to that. Okay. Okay, let me get the chat back up here. See if I missed anything. I don't know. Pop-up thunderstorms building ahead of the line, Aaron. Yes, been watching that very closely, Aaron. It's a good eye you have there because that is where we could have some opportunities for, especially a tornado, would be in the pop-up storms. But it's cloudy, so right now I'm not overly concerned about it. But if any of these cells pop out ahead of the main line, they could be a discrete cell that would potentially could have enough spin and be a tornado. Strong winds in Boston, about green Maine. Go ahead to my website, Scott, jsnappyweather.com, and click on local Maine forecast and go ahead and put in green Maine there. Merrimack, same thing for you, Lori. I'd appreciate you being here. If you go to jsnappyweather.com, you can get the hourly forecast where you are. It'll show you all the readout, hour by hour, the next 7 days. It's all there. Merrimack, New Hampshire. Okay, Lori. All right, I'll show everyone how to do this. So if you go to jsnappyweather.com, right, and then it's going to bring up your current conditions. You can type in Merrimack Valley, New Hampshire, tornado watch. Okay, and here's your hourly forecast. Thunderstorms going down at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 40%, 8 o'clock, 30%, done by 9 o'clock. So all you got to do is go to my website. Actually, no, that's Biddeford. Hold on, my bad. I was going to say I was a little bit slow on the. You have to put in your location. There we go. So after 5 o'clock, the thunderstorm chance goes down in half in Merrimack, for example. Okay. What else? Someone had green Maine. We have to put in green Maine. Okay. After 6 o'clock, thunderstorms go down. Let's see, where else did we have? I thought someone else said something here. Yeah, Scott said green. Okay, Merrimack did that. So yeah, you just go to my website. It's all right there, jsnappyweather.com, and you can type it all in. Wonderful. Interactive preparation. Is it Megan or Megan? I apologize. I don't know. But yes, I'm here for you. Thank you. Kittery, under a tornado watch in Kittery. You have until about 6, 7 o'clock before the threat goes down there. Really, it's like 6, 7 o'clock is the afternoon time. But here's the wall of wind and lightning coming in. Severe thunderstorm warning in Manchester. Let's see here. You shouldn't have one in Manchester yet, unless you're a little bit far out. It shouldn't be up for Manchester yet. West of Manchester has one. Hillsborough. I don't see one in Manchester. I just see the watch in Manchester. But maybe you're getting the weather sooner than I can see it. But right now, I could type in Manchester and it'll show me right now. Manchester, New Hampshire. Let's see. No, I do not see a warning in Manchester. I see a watch in Manchester. I don't see a warning in Manchester. I don't see it. Boston? Yeah, we'll do Boston. We'll do Boston. You want to see Boston? No alerts, because just outside the tornado watch. South wind at 29 right now in Boston. Dew point 66. Okay. Thank you, Rebecca. I've worked on the website for quite some time. Sounds like Megan. Thank you. Okay, I guess I got it right. Yeah, website is fully customized. I spent I don't know, weeks on it at least, right? Trying to get it right. And my developer, the app just needs to really be certified. It's pretty much done being built, which is exciting. So the app cannot be more than a couple weeks or so away from being certified, if not sooner. It's just got to get certified, right? Okay, back to the radar. Here's this huge line. I mean, look at this line. You see this line? Look at this line. I mean, it goes from Coos County all the way down to Massachusetts. This line of severe thunderstorms. You don't see that in northern New England too often. Wilton, Maine. Courtney, I'd love for you to go to my website and type it in, but we'll do it. You could do it. You don't need me to do this. You can just go in here to my website. Mass, was it? Was it Wilton, Mass, or Maine? Was it? Oh, it was Wilton, Maine. Yeah, Wilton, Maine, not Mass. A lot of names. You're under a flood watch and a tornado watch, and yeah, precip 100% currently right now, raining. So yeah, it's raining there for sure. Thought the Super El Nino was going to bring a dry first half of summer. Well, here's the thing about summer. Technically, we're in summer, meteorologically speaking. That's June 1st. But by way of the calendar, we're not in summer. So, but yeah, typically the El Nino, which we are just getting into, would bring that. But it takes some time to globally catch up to what's going on. And this is not a typical El Nino thing. We've got low pressures that are, upper level lows. This is a very random couple of events here with these lows. Typically, the jet stream goes farther north. We don't get this many troughs in June. So it's not really a, typical setup right now for summer. Okay, let me get caught up on questions here. A little bit of sun trying to poke out in Loudoun. Thank you. Rather have a straight line than a banana bow storm front. Yeah, I mean, if you had to choose between a straight line or the bowing segments, you take the straight line every time. But straight lines can still bring damage, but typically it's the bowing segments where you can have more of that isolated damage, right? I think the straight line would be a little bit more of a widespread, but not as severe. It really depends. But yeah, look at the line going all the way from New Hampshire down to Massachusetts. And if I switch the radar site down to outside Albany, you can see the southern half. I mean, this line is so big, I've got to use at least 2 radar sites to show the line, okay? But look at this line. Look at how it's very thin, okay? It's a thin line. But it does extend all the way up here. You just can't see it because I've got to put on the other radar unless I did the composite. But so it does look stronger down around Grafton. I did not see any. Oh, this has got tornado possible tag on it. Let's take a look at this one a little closer. Okay. I was a little concerned with this one. Let me take a look at this one west of Laconia. Let's go ahead and break out. Okay, what do we got here? Oh, well, what do we have here? This right here could be a tornado. In Sunapee and New London, there's definitely an opportunity there for a tornado. You've got the wind, and it just cycled out, and that's how quickly this can happen. Still, you could have one there, but maybe even here too. But you gotta look for these kinks in the line where the wind is just gonna spin a little bit. Okay. They're called QLCS tornadoes, quasi-linear convective system, QLCS, okay? And you get those little spin-ups, little kinks in the line, in the main line, okay? So that just cycled out, but it did look like a tornado for a minute there, for a few minutes, okay? And this is the wind energy we're looking at. I'll go back to regular radar because most people know regular radar, but that was, it would be around New London if there was a tornado with that one, okay? So I just looked at that, and it's moving west-east right now. But this goes all the way down to Pittsfield, Mass. Okay, if we go down to look at the southern side of this in southern New England to Massachusetts, I mean, look at how far this tail here has to go. It's all the way down still in the Catskills. Okay, I mean, it's that far. That's how far south the line goes. From the Catskills of New York, okay, all the way up, Hudson Valley, I should say, Hudson Valley, almost down to Westchester, all the way up into Coos County in New Hampshire. That's how much of an extension you have of this severe weather. Coos County, so all the way down to Pittsfield, Mass, is where you've got this shower and thunderstorm and line. Hello from Dexter. Hi, Kathleen. So I'm on it. I'm here tracking this. I did say a few days ago that this would be the area that, before the Weather Service did, I said this would be the area to watch for a tornado. I stuck my neck out a little bit. Not right all the time. Not always going to be right. But this one I've always looked at as being the best place for the spin and where we could get a little bit of sunshine. Right now, this is looking, unless one of these cells out ahead of the main line pops up and spins, it's looking like more of just a straight line wind, very thin line, okay? But we'll see what a couple of these cells do out ahead of the main line. We get these rogue cells, discrete cells, if they can take advantage. I am located right now temporarily in Oklahoma, Megan. Moved out here about a year ago for a job, and I am working remotely from Maine 7 days a week right now. Every morning, all day, I do the weather for Maine. On Facebook, on Patreon, on jasonnappyweather.com, nappycast.com. I'll put it in here for you in chat so you can check it out. Let's see here. That's my primary website, okay? So if you go there, then you can get the most up-to-date information every day, but also on nappycast.com too. It's a little bit of a simpler version, but jasonnappyweather.com has everything on it, which is going to be the anchor for my weather app, which is about done. So, just about done. Ready for launch any day or week now. Pretty much done building it. So, there's that line of showers and thunderstorms coming in from the west. I went to SPC. I went down to the Severe Storms Laboratory in Norman to check it out. I've stayed with Maine. Yes, Nina, I thank you, Megan. I appreciate that. I have not stopped talking about Maine weather since I started in 2022 full time for one of the TV stations. I have not been to the actual Storm Prediction Center. I've been to the Severe Storms Laboratory on the OU campus. Thank you, Megan. I went and saw Dorothy. If you know what Dorothy is, message in chat. If you know what Dorothy is in Norman, Oklahoma, over at the OU campus. If you're a weather geek, weather nerd, you know what Dorothy is. It's a device that was the beginning of studying tornadoes. So they have it over there, and I still have on the fridge my visitor card when I went there in August of last year. Drove out to Norman. Go Cowboys. Well, we don't do a lot of sports here, but appreciate it. I'm sure there are some sports fans here. That's allowed. Yeah, this line is coming in from the west here, and it's got a severe thunderstorm warning with it all the way from Coos County down in New Hampshire, northern New Hampshire, all the way down into Massachusetts. Okay. No actual tornado warnings yet, but we've had them in New York, but none in New England. But there have been tornado possible tags on the warnings. Like the movie Twister. Yes, like the movie Twister. Yes. Good old Dorothy. I believe that was used in the movie Twister, actually, now that I remember correctly. Yes. And they have it on. You can go and take a look at it. I mean, it's quite a trip for someone that you'd have to be a real weather geek to want to go just to Norman, Oklahoma, just to see Dorothy. But yeah, Toto's there too, Travis. Dorothy, Toto, they're, yeah, it's all there. I got pictures of it on my phone somewhere. Sean, Auburn is under a tornado watch. The worst of the weather is still just to your west, coming into west of Naples right now. Okay? So give it some time. You're not there yet. It's 3:32, meaning OSU versus OU. No, I was at OU. Oh, Scott, you're an OSU guy. Well, OU has Dorothy, so can't help you there. I know it's a big rivalry, the Cowpokes. Well, Megan, then make the trip out to Norman. Try and set up a visit though, because I had a little trouble getting in. So try and set up a visit, an appointment, but should be able to get in. But sometimes it could be closed. Make sure you set it up. I love the good people of Oklahoma. Look at the tail; it's breaking up a little, according to Carol. A lot of people who do not know what to do when a tornado warning alert comes over the phone. If you get a tornado warning on your phone, you need to get into the basement of where you are. If you're in a car, you need to pull over, turn around, go to a structure that is away from the dark clouds, that is brick, and get inside. Okay. You shouldn't be worried right now, Sean. No. Lots of wind in Fayette. Thank you, Rebecca. The tail seems to be breaking up a little bit. Well, that's because I have the other web radar site up there. Let me show you this. It's not breaking up at all. See? This line is so long that I've got to use two radar sites to show it. The tail is not breaking up at all. The tail is still very strong here at the bottom side. So if you're in Massachusetts, you need to have your guard up. This tail is not. I was just showing the northern half of it because it's so long. Sharing the photos at some point on your page. Yeah, you can on nappycast.com. You can send me some pictures on there, Travis. If you've got some storm damage there, you can submit a photo on. I'm pretty sure I have that still up on nappycast.com. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure I have it still up there. Max would, but seems it's not enough severe. How does this look? Are you talking about max velocity? Yeah, I don't know, Max. I don't know. I don't if that is that his real name. Whatever. I don't know if he covers New England, but it's a big deal for New England, so I'm covering it. What if you're in a car and no structures around to go into? It's a good question, Rachel. If you can turn around, if you're heading towards the storm, that would be ideal. If you can't, and it's really looking bad, I mean, first stay in the car, but if it's really with the windows up, but the problem is that if you get debris and it hits the window and it shatters the window, or you get rolled in the car. So really what you want to do, if the worst case scenario comes, is get out of the car and get into a flat field, okay? If there are no sturdy structures and you want to lay down, that's the worst case scenario. Do not go under an overpass, because you get into a car accident there. That's where everyone does, and it's not the right thing to do. Sanford, Maine is a tornado watch. Yeah, if you have tornado questions, ask me. Weather work is awesome. Thank you. Appreciate the connection with Oklahoma and Maine and Okie in Maine right now. Well, Scott, I appreciate you. Yeah, I guess we traded places because I'm in Oklahoma. But I will get back to Maine someday when the time is right. Right now, I'm focused on launching a weather app, so I don't have the time to get in the car and move. Tornado in Clifton Park, New York. When was that? Today, Kathy? Train spotter here from Endemis Norton office. Skywarn training helps a lot if you're a fast my weather. Want to help report you. Yes, that's great, Mark. That's a great, thank you for more stars, April. Yes, get training to be a spotter from the Weather Service, from the Storm Prediction Center. That will help you turn the hobby into, you can be a real professional spotter. You can learn a lot. Appreciate that tremendously. Fort Wayne, I dismissed as nothing, and then the siren started going off. Scary. Yeah, don't dismiss tornado sirens and tornado warnings on your phone. They are real. They don't happen by accident. Okay? Make sure you heed warnings. No one. Parsonsfield, Maine, am I cooked? Well, I guess that's the gen. What generation is that? Cooked, Hunter. You are not cooked. Not right now. The storms are to your west, so I would keep watching. ETA towards Kennebunk, like another hour or two. These got to get this way, and they're coming in. So, yeah, I mean, maybe within the hour. Did I get it right, Hunter? Is that what generation for that? For cooked? Gen Z, Gen X, Gen something, right? Cooked. Didn't hear that growing up, right? Cooked, which means you're finished. It means, you're toast, by the way, if anyone's wondering. But I appreciate the modern, what would we call that for conversation? A tornado in the mountains of Rangeley. You can't imagine it, Mickey, but it can happen. It can happen. There can be tornadoes in mountains. They don't start on top of mountains, but they don't shield you either. They will disrupt things. Well, I appreciate you being here at 21, Hunter, that you're watching someone who's 46 years old talk about the weather. Wilton area waiting for something exciting. Well, Rob, careful. We don't verify tornadoes as exciting here. They're dangerous. Jordan, tornadoes very rarely form. They don't form on top of the mountains, but they can certainly spin up before they get to the mountain, and they can happen after the mountain too. Mountains are not protective, shields that stop every tornado. Okay, you're almost never going to start a tornado form on top of a mountain because of the wind shear issues, but you can certainly happen in the valley right before it gets to the mountain. So it is not much in Portsmouth right now. Mary, this is the radar site right now, and the storms are coming in from the west. Some good questions today in chat. Good questions. Okay. I haven't seen anything confirmed for anything tornadic. And let's see, did we get a new update here? Let me see here. No new update yet. We're going to wait to see what they do with this line as it comes in. Not in Maine yet. Let me go ahead and check Yeah, nothing severe in Maine right now. Zoom out. It's just heavy rain up in the western mountains right now. Just heavy rain. Nothing severe. Yeah, it's just a funnel cloud and that until it hits the ground, Mark. That's all it is. That is true. And we have a new warning. Let me stop it and bring this up now. This includes the Lakes region of New Hampshire. Okay, here's this one. It has a tornado possible tag. I'm going to go ahead right now and really get in close to this because this one is a huge area. Okay, let's take a look at what the Weather Service sees here. Okay, so if there is a tornado right here, Andover and Franklin, okay, if there's a tornado in the Lakes region of New Hampshire, that's one spot that I'm looking at, okay? Right around here in New Hampshire. Tornado possible tag on that cell right there, okay? That's the one to keep an eye on. Okay, tornado possible tag. Hail is 0.88, less than 1 inch, so small hail. Okay, radar indicated. Expires in 3 minutes, and then the other one expires in 1 hour. Okay, but that's the cell right there. Okay, let me go ahead and zoom in even closer. We're in New Hampshire now. I'm zooming in. Andover. There's Laconia. Mountains, Lakes region. Okay, this is where it would be. Webster Lake, northwest of Franklin. That's the best place to look if there's a tornado. Okay. You get better weather than we have in our local channel in Maine. Very dark up here in Wilton. Thank you, Rob. I'm working hard. Wind is kicking up along the coast of Maine. Yeah, that's strong. The closer that low gets in from Canada, this wind's going to be stronger. So there it is. There's where the cell would be a tornado. Let me go ahead and switch this back over. I've zoomed in. So you've got the wind, right? I said it close together, right? Let me go ahead. I know it looks very pixelated. Zoom out a little bit. But you look in this line for where the kinks are, okay? And this right around here, okay? That's where there could be a tornado right now in the radar. If there's a tornado, that's where it would be right now in New Hampshire. Okay, it's mostly a wind threat, but you've got some spin going on there, and the line is becoming a bit broken. Okay, it's no longer a straight. It's a segmented, fragmented line. Okay. Thank you, Stephanie. I'm just doing my best. Everyone hopefully does their best. Now, and I'm here watching this. Very entertaining and informative. Well, I appreciate it, Travis. I hope you're not ignoring something that needs immediate attention and just ignoring something that, like a chore or something that can wait, or I don't know. But yeah, this is the line that's coming through. It's breaking up a bit. No longer a straight line. It's now fragmented, meaning that you could certainly have a couple of breaks in there. Down in New Hampshire doesn't mean that time it would get to Maine and we can. It does not mean that. It could strengthen in Maine too, but right now the threat is greatest in New Hampshire. Does your website allow us access to everything you are navigating? Well, this website right here, this radar site, this one is more for a meteorologist to really break down the. But on my website, on my radar, on my website, this is free, and this has got plenty for most people. Okay, this radar that you're navigating right here, like we can look at the same storm on my radar site. Okay, on my website, jasonhappyweather.com, you can check it out, and it's got plenty, and it's going to have warnings on there too. Make sure the warnings are turned on. I believe. Okay, let's go here. Skits. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. I mean, there it is. It's gonna have plenty of stuff. Great question on my website. Okay. Once again, I'll put it back in the chat. Okay. You can do this with me. You don't need to be in the super detailed meteorologist special website I'm on right now. You can be on jasonhappyweather.com, which is more than enough information for most people. And you can go on there and you can right now put the radar up right now and show where those storms are coming, where those arrows are. Go ahead and put it on future radar, right? Let's go ahead and put it into motion. Okay, now the only thing here is that the time is wrong because I'm in Central Time. So when you put the site up, it's going to pull up your time in Maine or New Hampshire. So the only thing that looks wrong on it is the time. Okay, it should be an hour ahead. But that's it. But it shows the line coming in. This is the future radar that's available on my website. That's going to be available on my app. It's all there. Okay, you can navigate that. You can put your forecast in here, current conditions, wherever you want. Okay, you can put in, let's put in, someone asked about Kennebunk, where I'm from. Kennebunk, Maine, 67 and cloudy right now. It's all there. Okay, let's take a look at the satellite picture, see how much sun's coming out. There's definitely some sun out ahead of this stuff, especially over Boston and southern New Hampshire a little bit. So we got to be careful there, because this line's coming into an environment that you could certainly have severe weather right now. So the leading edge of it, severe part of it, is in the lakes region of New Hampshire and the mountains, the greens and whites of New Hampshire. Okay, but it's there. But also our friends down in Massachusetts, they're getting it too. Here's the southern part of that line. We'll check on the southern edge of this. Right now through Keene, New Hampshire, some torrential downpours going on there. Okay, it's coming through Massachusetts and southern New Hampshire. So you've got your warnings are up there too. This line's moving, that's moving southeast a little bit, okay? But yeah, if I put up the gray site, you can see the north side of the line coming in from the west here. So renting in Casco, Maine, yep. It's not too far from the Oxford Hills, Aaron. Yeah, now's a good time. If you have any questions about severe weather, right now I got a new update from, by the way, from my app, NappyCast, that says lightning detected within 15 miles of Lewiston. So that is from this right here. Here's Lewiston, Auburn, and you've got lightning bolts I saw that are coming up right through here. Okay, so it's getting close. Storms are getting close. Starting to move into Maine right now. They're not severe in Maine yet, but they are certainly getting close. South Waterford. South Waterford, where is that? Maine. Rain and a tornado watch. That's in southern Maine, right? I believe that's in southern Maine. So yeah, if you have any questions about severe weather, tornadoes, sun keeps poking out in Sanford, yeah, that's my concern, Katrina, is if the sun comes out even for 20 minutes, that would not be good. Right now, there's a lot of wind energy coming in from the west. So we don't want to see the sun when it would arrive in Maine. Well, Maine's a big state, Shauna, so you have to be a little bit more specific, please, about, because right now it's starting to come into Maine right now. The severe weather is just on the doorstep. Waterford near Harrison, Maine. Oh, okay, thank you, Rebecca. Lakes region near Bridgeton, okay. The border of Maine, New Hampshire, okay, thank you, yes. So that's where we are right now, where these thunderstorms are coming in from the west, right, the severe ones. So Duffy's, that is where my late wife had our first kiss. Wonderful, Travis. I do know Duffy's. The owner is a very good guy, knows my family. So I know Kennebunk very well. In Bridgeton, it's getting kind of windy with downpours. Yes, the cells are moving in right now. Nothing severe yet in Bridgeton, though. River Valley area, Maine. I don't know if you're asking a question, Katie, or just saying where you are. But the line is off to the west. So within the hour, this line is going to be moving into Maine, at least southwest Maine, the southwest interior, and then it'll push into southern Maine, and we'll see at that point if that'll be. Let's see, it's 4 o'clock, 5, 6, 7. By 6, 7 o'clock, we'll know if it's gonna be over or if it's gonna continue. Small gust in Biddeford. Thank you, Anthony Fisher, for the weather report. Yeah, you're out ahead of the main line. Just started raining in Yarmouth. Thank you for the report. Yeah, the severe part of this storm is from Coos County all the way down into Massachusetts. That's where it's severe. And if I switch this radar site over, you can see the southern side of it. I have to switch down to New York to see the southern side. But yeah, that's how much it extends, from north to south. Huge line. Lightning 10 miles west of Auburn. Yes, Diane, there are positive strikes going on. See that right there? There's the lightning bolt. They're right through Oxford is where they are. So that's about 10 miles. That's it. There's your lightning bolt. You got your positive strikes right here. Yep. Coming in from the west. And the line is beginning to march just about east, just about due east is the line. So it's going to continue to push east, but there will be storms firing up out ahead of it. Thank you, Rachel, for the report on the Franklin line there in Tilton. Yeah, it's going to rain good for a bit, a good half hour or longer, depending on where you are. Could rain for an hour or two. The backside won't be as heavy, but the wind will be on the front side. Small hail, non-severe hail, wind gusts 60, 70 miles an hour, and even a brief spin-up tornado. So Let's talk about tornado probability. Maybe you might have. Well, Mary Lou, I'm building an app. I'm going to use my app, but in the meantime, I use a couple WeatherWise, Weatherfront for tracking the storms. My app though is going to be custom for me. Um, so tornado probability, you might have seen a map or a video I did about the tornadoes the past couple of days or weeks, and if there's a 2% or 4% or 5%, chance, that doesn't guarantee a tornado. That just talks about the probability. So the people that were asking about, well, what are you gonna say when you're wrong? It doesn't happen. Well, I'm not being wrong. No one is guaranteeing a tornado ever. Bertina Merrill, thank you for the stars. I appreciate that. So it's talking about probability, the conditions being favorable. That's all it is. There's no promise of a tornado. If I say it's going to rain at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it doesn't rain. That's different. Now, what app do you have for that? So I've got two radar apps I use. Right now you're seeing WeatherWise and also Weatherfront. These are two radar apps I use because they really break down the radar very well for a meteorologist. For when my weather app launches, you're not going to, you don't need these things. Jason Nappy Weather is going to launch soon, and it's going to have everything you need and more than any of these sites have. But it's not ready yet. So, but it will be soon. I promise it will be soon. I promise it will be soon. I'm just checking a quick email here. Let's see here. Let's see. What's today? Today's Thursday, right? Yeah. What will OOB get for time, rain, and what time? Pearl, you've got on and off showers right now, but the main line is back well to the west, over west of Concord. So you've got another maybe hour before the main line gets there. Calm in South Waterford, picked up here in Harrison, settled down. Yeah, the main line has not come in yet from the west. So until that happens, it's not going to be incredibly heavy for the most part. Now, up here in the Oxford Hills, for example, in the Western Mountains, it's pouring pretty good, even though the main line hasn't arrived yet. Okay. Let's go ahead and take a look at this again and see if there's any spin going on. Let's take a look. I don't see a lot of spin. Not a lot. Tough to see, but I don't see a lot of spin. But there are a few kinks here. There are a couple areas that I would certainly keep an eye on. Down here, okay. That was one spot I would watch on. Not far from Laconia. I'd keep an eye on that spot. Okay, if there's something that would be a tornado there. Okay. But yeah, a lot of heavy rain and some wind too. Lebanon, Haley right now looks like there's a bunch of rain right now. Local radar of Boston shows the first line heading toward Portland, Dover, New Hampshire by 5 p.m. Yeah, within the hour. for sure. And right now, I'm just watching very closely as this line comes in from the west. Very closely. You know, Kittery, you're within the hour, you're going to see the main line come in. We'll check on the satellite, see how much sun is popping out. There's definitely some sunshine out ahead of these storms, so that's where I would definitely be a little bit concerned. The sun coming out. We've got the spin. So we'll watch it very closely here. These storms could have a tornado in them, and they could pop a tornado at any time, any moment. So, got to watch it incredibly closely. It's called QLCS, quasi-linear convective system. So quasi-linear, so not quite linear. You get these little kinks in the line, segments that break up. You could have a discrete cell out ahead of that. Outlook for Somersworth is you've got heavy rain, wind, and maybe a tornado coming. That's the outlook for Somersworth, right there on the border of Maine. I'll watch in Wilton, Maine right now. Yes, Teresa. Oxford County, John, you're under a tornado watch. You've got periods of heavy rain. Right now, there's so much rain right now in Oxford County that it likely would be a rain-wrapped tornado situation if it was to happen. Because there's so much rain right now there. I would say the chances are low. Penny Towers, I'm right next on the border next to Freiburg. Yes. Yes, Penny, I'm not sure if you're asking me a question, but there is a watch up in Freiburg. Yes. A lot of these warnings have been trimmed back. So Vermont is just about all clear, except for southern Vermont. Okay. I'll zoom out and show you this. Vermont just about cleared out. Massachusetts not done yet. Connecticut not done. Rhode Island, you're all clear at the moment. Southeastern Mass is all clear. Nantucket's all clear right now. It's really, let's go ahead and get the latest update here. So, okay, we got an update. So, Coos County is now not under a warning anymore. Okay? We have some updates. Let's bring up the updates. Let me bring the latest updates here. Okay. Coos County, heavy rain, tornado watch, but no warnings right now in Coos County. No warnings in Maine right now. Okay? What about Lincoln? Yeah. What was the question about Lincoln? Maybe it's dissipating for southern Maine? Southern Maine, no. Southern Maine hasn't gotten it yet, Emily. Okay, this is just looking at the polygons where the warnings are. So this storm's not done yet, where you are under a watch or a warning. Okay? I wouldn't let your guard down in southern Maine just yet. Dover, New Hampshire, you're going to be next in Dover. You've got a warning here now up. Tornado possible tag, including for Manchester. We're going to look at this one. We are going to look at this one. Look. If I take this off here, let me show you without the radar sight. Okay, let me break it down for you. Here's where all the warnings are. Okay, these are the warnings. Those are warnings. If you're in those areas, you're under a warning. If you're in this other shade, you're under a watch. Okay? That's a watch, the lighter shade. But this orange shade, this is a warning. And we're going to look at it right now. We're going to look at these cells right now. That new warning just came out. For severe thunderstorms located along a line near Henniker to Jaffrey to near Richmond, moving east at 35, 60 mile per hour wind, penny-sized hail. Okay, severe thunderstorm warning. Interstate 293, Interstate 93. Torrential rainfall with that. Once again, that is a tornado possible tag here on this storm. So now we're going to go ahead and we're going to look, and we have a new, hold on, we've got a new discussion out that expires in 1 hour. Let's read this. This is brand new information now, brand new. The severe threat for tornado watch continues. Thunderstorms continue eastward for the next couple of hours. The threat for damaging wind, isolated tornadoes continue. A line of thunderstorms continues eastward across eastern Maine into Massachusetts. I think they don't mean eastern Maine into Massachusetts. I think they mean eastern Vermont? There's no thunderstorms in eastern Maine. Anyway, I think that's an error on their part. The storm produced reports of wind damage, gusts of 64 miles an hour. Profiles have been marginal. The surface mid-level flow, so that's the wind shear, remains strong. Low-level jet has begun to shift offshore. However, deep layer flow around the 40 to 50 knots remains near the coast into portion of eastern central Maine. Damaging wind, isolated tornado potential will continue from there 1 hours by gradual weakening. Why are they eastern and central Maine? I think they're talking about the wind shear. I think they're talking about the wind shear in Maine. Okay, even though this discussion is about southern Maine, they're talking about the wind shear in eastern Maine. That's what I got from that. So we'll look at the velocity here, okay, because the wind speed and the new warning. And if you've got a tornado, could be here around Deering or Jaffrey. Those are two spots I would look at for a potential tornado right now. Okay. Sun peaked out in Kennebunkport. Yeah, not a good sign. Let me see if I missed any questions here. Really no single cells for a velocity map, shows nothing yet. It's not really true, Mike. These are QLCS potential tornadoes right now. You don't need to have a discrete single cell for a tornado. You can have them inside the main line. So we're not really looking for this to be a big discrete situation right now. It's more about what's typically happens is they form on the kinks in the main line. But appreciate the comment. In mid-coast, going to hit by this. Mid-coast is going to get a lot of rain. And tonight, the next several hours, the mid-coast will get Maine. Sun is out in Rochester. Well, that is because I think the main line cleared there, didn't it? Oh no, actually, I'm sorry. I'm thinking the line's a lot closer. That's a bad sign in Rochester. If the sun is out in Rochester, which will bring up the satellite picture, not that I don't trust you, I want to see how much. Um, well, it doesn't. Yeah, there's definitely breaks in the clouds, like full on sun out ahead of the main line, which is not what you want to see. Okay, so there is a threat for a tornado from Lewiston, Rumford, all the way down to Nashua, outside of Boston, Hartford. It's there. It is, you know, it is definitely, definitely there. So that's a look at the warnings right there, so you can see where all the warnings are. Here's a look at the radar. I like WeatherWise's radar. Status in Connecticut. You're under a tornado watch in Connecticut for a good chunk of Connecticut. You want to know about Connecticut? I'll show you Connecticut. Well, about maybe half of Connecticut is under a tornado watch. Okay. I would, from about Hartford to the north and east, Connecticut, you need to watch out. Everyone else is mostly plain rain. It's really this line here coming through Manchester soon, and also north of that. Odd winds here in St. Albans. Odd as in how, as the clouds go in different directions, because that's the wind shear. Kate, I'm not sure if you're where you're asking about a warning. A warning where? We got warnings in New Hampshire, in Mass. Not in Maine yet. It's about to get to the border. I mean, the rain is in western Maine, but it's not severe yet. It's about to get to Oxford County, though. Windy in Palmyra. Thank you, Stephanie. Lisa, after this main line goes through, yes, it's going to still be breezy, but the worst of it will be over once the main line goes through. Next few hours, west to east, maybe even sooner than that. It's starting to speed up a little bit. Howling in Liberty, no thunder just yet. Yeah, a lot of strong wind. Yes, Kate, not into Maine yet. Not severe in Maine yet, but you definitely got some rain. All coming in from the west. Moving pretty much west to east, really. The main line. Thin line, broken line. That's where all the wind energy is and the possible tornadoes. So we're just waiting patiently for the main line. The wind trees are 100 feet away are blowing hard, then trees close are blowing different. Yeah, Travis, you got some good old-fashioned wind shear going on. Got a strong wind out of the south and southeast, ground level, up in the sky. Even a couple hundred feet or a couple thousand feet, you're going to have wind going in a completely different direction, really. West, southwest. Clouds are going to be going in different directions. Yeah, we'll wait and see what this main line as it gets in from the west here. I expect the warnings to be continued into Maine, at least Oxford County, at least York County, probably Cumberland too. That's what I expect within the next 1 to 2 hours. If you're wondering about what I'm predicting here, the Weather Service will likely warn this all the way through into at least those counties. Maybe head up the mid coast, but at least over to Casco Bay. It's typically what they do in these scenarios. When you've got this much wind energy and the sun's coming out a little bit. So I'd be prepared even at the coastline to see warnings pop up for York County, Cumberland County, at least, heading all the way up the mid coast, maybe halfway up the mid coast. Okay, maybe it'll stop around Harpswell, Casco Bay, Harpswell, mid coast, up, maybe stop before Bath, maybe at Bath. But they're likely going to warn this all the way through. So you got another couple hours. Okay. When the threat goes down for Maine, I will stop the live stream. But we're not there yet. Okay. If there was a tornado in New England, I might still do a live stream, if you're wondering in the future about this. It's really at my discretion. I can go live anytime. I'm always watching. I'll go live in the middle of the night if there's a tornado. I'll go live anytime. The TV stations, they can't go live whenever they want. They've got programming. They've got rules. I don't have those. I can go live whenever I want. So you're going to get the latest information from me 24/7 anytime, of the day or night. I don't have any rules. I make the rules. So that's one of the bonuses, the advantages to being independent is I'm the boss. I don't have to wait until someone allows me to go and let you know that there's a tornado or there's a watch or something. I can just do it whenever. And I will. So that's a significant advantage I have where I can bring you this detailed coverage on my app, on Facebook, on YouTube at any point. I totally forgot. I am on YouTube right now, live. I wonder if there are comments on there. Let me go and check YouTube. I should be live on YouTube. I totally forgot. Let me see here. Am I live on YouTube? Am I live on YouTube? Did it work or not work? I don't know. It looks like it might have stopped. It might have shut off. I don't know. It says I'm live on a bunch of things. I don't know if I'm still live on YouTube. Might not be. Don't know. I'm still live on Facebook. Maybe I am still live on YouTube. I don't know. Let me see. Top chat, watching on. Am I live on YouTube right now? If you are, say yes. Or give me the time. 16:20 watching. Oh, I am live on YouTube still. Okay. Yes, I'm on there. I see it. There's no live button on YouTube. It doesn't say I'm live, but now it says live chat. Okay. I apologize. I forgot I was live on YouTube. I haven't gotten to any of these questions, so I apologize. I'm just now pulling up YouTube stream, and I really apologize. I should have checked earlier. It's been like an hour or longer, 2 hours. I don't know. How long have we been live? So yeah, hello to YouTube and Facebook. I forgot that I hit the YouTube button. I'm sorry, it's taking me so long. Hello, Wanda. Um, hello, YouTube. No wonder he's avoiding my questions. Well, Abigail, I wasn't avoiding your questions. I didn't forgot I was live on YouTube, so I wasn't avoiding anyone. I forgot. There was no intentional, there was no malice. I forgot that I was live on both. Um, so that's my bad. And I typically don't go live on two channels. I just do one. So that's why I'm trying to balance being live on both at the same time. It's a lot. Um, Biddeford is clear for now. Anthony, Hampton Beach, Northwood. There's a great pizza place in Northwood, New Hampshire. What was the name of that? It was like a brewery type place. Crazy pizza. Yes, I hate you. That's right. Kidding. Um, it's cool. Jason Nowhere is just Irish goodbyes. Well, my goodness. Clouds ripping across the sky and Wyndham. Yeah, that's the wind shear flash thunder there. It's okay. Just been a bunch of folks that they are safe in XX town. I don't know what that means. Um, but yeah, I'm sorry about missing all these questions. And it's causing trouble, or is it just windy? Is it safe to drive from New Hampshire to Mass? Well, it depends where. Keyword, new warning for Middlesex. Biddeford is not in a major, no one's in a major threat today. Up in Northwood, it's probably too late for the walk. Oh, we got a new warning up. Okay. Okay. Friend in West Fairleigh. And for Vermont's all clear for the most part, it looks like. Let me get back to Facebook, make sure I'm not missing too much there. Hello, Facebook. Hello, YouTube. All right, I've got both up. I'm trying to talk to two chat rooms at the same time. We do have a new warning, though, so I want to bring that up. Okay, I want to bring up the new warning because it now is in Maine. This storm is severe in Maine. And it is a severe thunderstorm warning in Maine with a tornado possible tag in Maine. Okay, so it has now made it to Maine. And here we go. York County, Southern Oxford, Androscoggin, Cumberland, Northwestern Rockingham in New Hampshire, and those are all the New Hampshire counties, until 5:15. At 4:20, severe thunderstorms located along the line 12 miles north of Freiburg to near Wolfboro, to near Concord, east at 45. So it's picking up a little bit. It was the 30s, now it's 40s. Damage to roof, siding, and trees. That is the new warning that is up right there in the polygon, and this is for Maine. Okay, Androscoggin, Oxford, Cumberland, York. Okay, so let's bring up the radar now, and let's get you into where there would be a tornado in the kink in this line. Okay, let's take a look at it. Let's see. Okay, right here. Could be one here. I'd watch that closely. Okay, near Wakefield. Also down here, west of Farmington in New Hampshire. Could be a little bit going on here. Okay, not too concerned about these, but there certainly could be a couple of QLCS embedded tornadoes in the main line. Okay, this is the wind. This is the velocity scan. Shows the wind going toward and away from the radar. Okay, so here's your wind that's coming, obviously, right here, going away from the radar. Okay, there's your wind going away. This thing keeps changing on me. This pen I'm trying to draw with. Okay, and here's where you could have a couple of couplets. Okay, Could have some couplets in the main line as these storms are pushing in from the east. I'm sorry, from the west to the east. I prefer to keep it on reflectivity. I might even bring up the composite just to show the intensity of the rainfall too. You can do that. Oh, there's some rotation tracks. Even better. So here's where I can show you. Here's where there has been some rotation. Ossipee, Freedom, Wolfboro. There we go. There's some rotation. There's a little bit of light stuff here. But these are where the spots where there would be a potential tornado right now in Maine. So tell people to get on the live stream right now, unless you've got a local channel that's covering this, which I'm not aware. But these are the spots that would have tornadoes. So tell your friends and family where I've circled. Those are spots. And this one just lit up. Just lit up right here. That very well could be a tornado. That is in, let's get in closer here. And let's take a close look at this here. Things are getting Wakefield, Middleton, Union, west of Acton. Okay, this is where you have rotation about to hit the Maine state line. That right there could be a tornado. That's the brightest I've seen it all day. Okay, Middleton, Union, Wakefield, approaching Acton, Shapley, okay, south of Newfield. If there's a tornado, that's where it's going to be. As far as where it's going to move through, let's go ahead and switch this over. Let me switch this over and let's take a look, because we definitely have rotation. We're going to look a little closer, see if there's any debris. Hold on, let me switch it over. Let's see if we've got any debris. Let's take a look. Probably not. It would be somewhere around here. So this is the correlation coefficient. It picks up different sizes of objects in the sky. And I don't quite see enough. Maybe right here. There's a pixel right there. But overall, I don't see a debris signature. Okay, but this is moving into Acton right now. Moving into Acton. Okay, let me go ahead and... So you want to overlay this. Okay. As this is moving over the state line right now. So this line right here is moving in to Acton, Shapley, Newfield, Limerick, Waterboro right now. So that's where you want to seek shelter. Okay. That's the best. Oh, normalized rotation. I haven't seen this before. They added this as new. Interesting. Huh. This is new. Look at that right there. Look at that. East Wakefield. Interesting. I haven't seen this. It's a new product. Very fascinated by that. Do some studying on that. Let's look at the echo tops here. Yeah. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, this is, like I said, doesn't. Let me take a look at the tops, the echo tops, the tops of these thunderstorms, how high they are. Um, yeah, echo tops. Um, let's see what else we have here. Back to the velocity scan. I could change the tilt on this too, and can go up a little higher to see if it's just a rotation at closer to the ground, or if it also goes up. It's got good support. But yeah, that's where the potential, if there's a tornado, this is a huge area for a potential tornado. But you've got your main line right here. Okay, this is the whole main line, and then it just becomes segmented down here, and this is where it's a little bit more jagged. You could have a little inflow going on here. Yeah. So I'd watch the one approaching Newfield that just went through Wakefield. I'd watch that one pretty closely for a tornado. Let's see. No tornado warning, but a tornado possible tag on that. Could get up to an EF1, maybe EF2, briefly. Let's go back to that rotation tracker. I really like that. Let me switch off here to the composite. Okay, here we go. We got more. Okay, so here's where the rotation is. Bridgeton, just to your northwest, and north of Farmington in New Hampshire, west of Shapley. So a little bit of rotation, Parsons Field, a little bit up here near Woodstock, north of West Paris. If there are tornadoes in this line, this is where you have the rotation right now, okay? This is it. I apologize, I wasn't paying attention to chat because I was focused in on this, okay? And this is where you have the opportunity for tornadoes right now, okay? So how do I make YouTube big again? Okay. Oh, let's see here. Rotation to Bridgeton. Y'all bought broke with all this activity. Yeah, I mean, I'd appreciate it if on YouTube, if we don't talk about other creators here and other people. Just let's just keep it. Let's just keep it about me. We don't we don't we don't do that here. We don't do that. So I'll be doing timeouts on Facebook. I'm sorry, on YouTube, and blocking people. We don't talk about other creators here, other weather people of any kind. This is just about me, and that's it. I'm not using Radar Omega, Joe. I'm using WeatherWise and WeatherFront, if you're wondering. So just to set the ground rules here, I'm really 7 days a week. That's it. We don't compare me to other meteorologists or other weather personalities or any people in the weather realm or not in the weather realm. This is just about the weather and my knowledge and expertise to keep people safe. That's it. Is weatherfront a good radar or not? I like weatherfront a little bit. Like it depends. Weatherfront is I like weatherwise a little bit better for their radar. Weatherfront's still good. Weatherfront's got really great maps on desktop too. Rotation near Rochester, New Hampshire. Let us take a look at Rochester. Let me move this out of the way. Um, let me move this. Rotation tracker for Rochester it's north of Rochester right now. Tornado Alice got scared now. Bristol and Mass in southern New Hampshire. Yes, definite rotation next to my house in Bridgeton. Thank you. West of Manchester, couplet. I did not see Manchester. There was one southwest of Merrimack. Nope. I didn't see one in Manchester. The rotation. See, here's the thing. Here's the issue. You've got rotation up in Rumford right now. Okay, this is the rotation tracker. You've got rotation inside this line in Rumford right now. Also in Waterford. Also south of Bridgeton. There's where your rotation is. Okay. Okay. Rochester right now, not overly concerned. Let me get back to Facebook for a minute here. Okay, apologize if I missed any comments here. I'm trying to do both. Dumping rain in St. Albans, yeah. Here's the spot. These are the spots. I've circled the spots that have some rotation, right? It doesn't mean that there's a tornado in all these spots, but this is where there would be one if they're picking up on. It should be darker in Bridgeton, but this is where there's some spin inside the line right now. It is going to be coming in sideways. There's so much wind going in different directions. It's going to be all over the place, the wind. So if you're in any of these places, this is where you should seek shelter right now in western Maine and southwest Maine. I'll pull up southern New Hampshire here too. Okay. I don't see any rotation. There's a little bit in southwest near Amherst, near Merrimack, but that's it. Not a lot. Okay. I can go back to to take a look. Let's take a look here at the last 30 minutes for the rotation. So this very well could have been a tornado here. There's a 30-minute window there of some rotation. Same thing here around Wakefield. You've got just popped up south of Rumford. Okay. West of Harrison, south of Bridgeton. So this is it. The wind is cranking right now. Okay. It is cranking. It is moving into southern Maine. There's good dynamics. Kathleen, I don't have time right now to pull up Greenwood, Maine, unfortunately, because I got to watch this radar. But you can go to my website and put in Greenwood if you'd like. jasonnappyweather.com. Once again, just looking at the warnings, okay, this whole area is under a warning for a possible tornado. Turner, Paris, Lewiston, Gray, Sanford, Dover, Bridgeton, okay, all under a possibility. So that's the last half hour of rotation track. The last hour shows where this line started to increase. It started to get some spin going on. Okay. So that's a helpful tool there. I love that WeatherWise has that. Switch back to radar, and there's your main line coming through. Here's your velocity look at it. Okay. It shows the wind going toward and away from the radar. Okay. So right here would be a possible tornado. It's where you've got that spin going on in Rumford. Here, south of Bridgeton. Okay. getting close to Naples, Shapley and Waterboro. These are areas that I'm just targeting. There's no confirmed tornado, but there's definitely some rotation going on with the wind in those places. Okay? So just doing my best to pick up. You're looking at a line that's broken to try and find where there are these kinks in the line and where there could be just a little inflow notch, little notch in the line. Okay? And that's where you're going to have that opportunity for the spin, for the tornado, right? So we'll go back to composite again. This is, once again, I'm zoomed in pretty tight to Maine right now because that's where the spin is going on. This is not warned in Rumford, which I'm surprised about. There's definitely spin there. But anywhere here and here and even down here, watch those areas. Let me check YouTube. Coming back to YouTube. Freiburg, no wind in Freiburg. Is that bullseye approaching Naples? Yeah, there will be probably no tornadoes in Bangor, but definitely going to be quite a bit of rain. Thank you, Cyber Optic, for the $5 donation. Thank you so much. You're a longtime follower. Rotation in Biddeford when you get a second. No, not in Biddeford yet. This is the rotation tracker. I have it up right now. Dumping in Northwood. Bridgeton getting whacked. Yeah, there's the rotation right now is in southern Oxford, western York, northwestern Cumberland coming into, but that's it. It's not worried about it coming in anywhere else right now. That's where the main line is. So in those areas, you've got some rotation and some wind, but nothing confirmed for a tornado right now. Nothing to be overly concerned about, but look, the bottom line is that you get, on average, 1 to 2 confirmed tornadoes in Maine a year. There are many that go unconfirmed, but typically they're pretty brief in Maine. They don't last a while in Maine. You don't have the right ingredients, the dynamics, the heating that you need to sustain them very long, typically. But so that's the main line coming in right now from the west here. I've got the composite on to show how heavy the rainfall is. Composite does a great job of that. And it's still coming down. Manchester, you're getting it right now. Just about coming through Manchester. New warning coming up for east of Manchester. Let's take a look. Tornado possible tag. I didn't see any rotation on the tracker there, but it's tough to see in this line where there's any notches. This is going to be a Massachusetts thing for a little while. I can tell you that. It's definitely going to be a while there. It'll be done in Maine before it's done in Massachusetts. I can tell you that much for sure. But yeah, here comes the real thin, skinny part of that line through Paris and Oxford. Massachusetts, I just showed Massachusetts, Tracy. It's here, I'll show you Massachusetts again. It's coming through Massachusetts now from west to east, but it's you know, it's not a straight line. Okay, it's on a slant. Livermore, don't you haven't got the heaviest yet. You're I think you're gonna get it in Livermore. Yeah. So just hold on tight in Livermore. You're 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 gonna get the line. So you're getting it this time. Maybe you missed it in the past, but it's coming. Freiburg, no wind. They are not heavy wind and rain in Lisbon. No funnel, but there was definite rotation over my house. Uh, Great. Uh, Appreciate the report, SPF 207. You probably saw broad rotation and some wind shear going over the house with the spinning going on with the clouds, wind going different directions. New severe warning, Rockham County severe thunderstorm warning. Um, Hello from North Yarmouth, I think you said, Cyber Optic. Rotation Hollis Center, Maine. I'll bring the rotation tracker up. Yeah, right now these are the latest warnings. This expires in 27 minutes. Lightning detection and 15 miles of Sanford, outside of Sanford. So we'll get 15 more minutes on this warning. North Yarmouth, yep. Hollis Center, rotation. I'll take a look. Take a look at the rotation tracker, which it has calmed down. But here we go. Here's the greatest rotation right now is southeast of Cornish, near Steep Falls, north of Leamington, a little bit west of Waterboro right now. That's where there's rotation. South towards Lowell. South towards Lowell. Let me see about rotation south towards Lowell. I didn't see any. I don't see any. I got into UMass Lowell way back in the day. There's some near Westminster in Massachusetts. I don't see any here outside of Boston. Not yet. There is a line there in Derry though. Yeah, it's going to get dark. I mean, this is yeah. So if you look at the rotation tracker, this is now going all the way up to strong, and there's no warning up there, but you've got up in Weld, east of Weld, West Paris here. There's definitely some spinning going on there. Okay. Say the state several times or write them somewhere, please. I don't know, Denise, what you mean. I'm not sure what you're referring to, Denise. Let's see here. Rotation tracker. It's showing where there's rotation. Dark and windy in Casco. Yes, Casco, you've got the main line coming through. We'll bring up the regular radar so you can see that. You're going to get some wind in Casco, Katie. Oh, yeah. You're going to get some wind. I haven't checked power outages yet. Couple miles south of Rumford, east of Route 26, maybe just a rainbow wind of any kind. Dark and windy in Rochester. Yeah, it's going through right now. It's definitely going through right now, southern New Hampshire, but also up in Maine too. Rochester, it's on your doorstep in Rochester. It is definitely coming. Roads completely blocked by trees in Denmark. Okay, thank you for the report. Appreciate that. Doesn't sound like fun. Say the state several times. I don't know what that person's referring to. Katrina, yes. Say Lowell, don't know where, but when you did say Massachusetts, I was really confused on where these towns. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, Lowell, Mass. I'm sorry, I just assumed everyone knew that. I don't know how many Lowells there are, but I just assumed. I shouldn't have assumed. I assumed that you meant Massachusetts. Geographic meteorological feature that Kennebunk ends up in some sort of rain, storm, shadow. No, that's just coincidence. Just a coincidence. About the Kennebunk thing, that's a coincidence. But if you miss a storm, it's typically just a coincidence. It doesn't mean there's some special shield thing where it's breaking up. It's a coincidence. That's all it is. I don't know what state you're in. I can't see them on the map. Okay. Okay, I understand what you're saying now, Denise. Thank you, Denise, for clarifying. I did not know. Yeah, I doing my best to get all the town names and the states because there are some overlap there. So we've got this line coming through some highly populated areas. The rotation tracker up in Maine is the most I've seen it today here, west of Farmington, down to Paris. Okay, this is where the rotation tracker is picking up the spin. Anything to worry about in Camden? Not yet, Brittany. Not yet. Camden, you're on the mid-coast. That's so great, Denise. I appreciate it. Thank you. This is where the main line has the wind spinning just a little bit, okay? According to the rotation tracker, it does not mean that there's tornadoes up this whole area. It just means that there's some spin going on. Portland, you haven't gotten it yet in Portland, but you will. You will. I zoom out to really show how big this line is. Look at how big this is. Okay, in the composite, you can really see it all the way up into, it's like just about almost the Carabasset Valley. Now it's a little bit broken. Not everyone's getting it, but okay. But yeah, it's, you've got a good solid part of it here. It's a little broken up here in York County, then picks up and it's almost kind of bowing out a little bit down to the south. Okay, it's more of a straight line from west of Farmington to Paris, Bridgeton. Check Brownfield. I don't want to leave your live. Check Brownfield, Maine. Thank you, Heather. Are we checking Brownfield, Maine? Freeport, you're okay for a little bit while longer. Near Marlboro, I assume you mean Massachusetts? Portland, Maine. My girlfriend lives there. There's lots of Portland, Maine. In this area, I don't think there's another Portland. What time do you expect in Lewis and Auburn? Soon, within the hour. Brownfield, Maine, 04010. Okay. Well, we've got a special request here for Brownfield, Maine. Currently 43, severe thunderstorm warning, tornado watch. So, are you asking about when it's going to stop? Right now, I would hunker down in Brownfield. I wouldn't go anywhere. You're under a warning. You've got until, what is it, 5 o'clock. I'd wait until around after 6 before I left Brownfield, Maine. Yes. Oh, it's okay. It's fine, Denise. You're fine. Biddeford later. Biddeford right now. There's a break in the line in Biddeford, so I'm not as concerned in Biddeford with it being too bad. Okay. Not as concerned. Green, Maine looking like. You're thinking about Augusta, Denmark. Is the 700 block of East Main Street. Power is out in Rockingham County. I believe it. There is some wind that went through. It's in the Denmark. You said Green Street or Main Street. What road? Hey, what do you think about Augusta, Maine? Possible. Right now, Augusta is on the outside perimeter for a tornado watch. Not in a. Well, it doesn't mean it can't happen, but it's a low chance in Augusta. If a person asking about Augusta on YouTube, power is out in Rockingham County. Probably not the whole county, but there's a pretty strong storm that went through there. So yes, I believe that. Green, Maine looking like. Okay, I'm getting new severe thunderstorm warning updates on NappyCast. It looks like this is going to be for southern Cumberland, York counties. Let's go ahead and take a look here. It didn't come through yet on. Didn't come through on Weatherfront yet. But it might have a new warning to talk about here. We've got one that includes the seacoast. Oh, there it is. Tornado possible for the seacoast. And here's the new warning for Cumberland and York until 5:45. I'll bring this up for you. Central York, southwestern Maine, southeastern Cumberland County, and southwestern Maine. I mean, technically it's really kind of southern Cumberland, but whatever. 5:45. So severe thunderstorm. This is not a heavy tornado possible. This is a weaker side of the system, but still 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts in southern York and southeastern York and southern Cumberland. Okay, you got all that going on right there. Let's look at the tornado possible tag on this one. Let's take a look here. Oops, let's go there. Let's take a look. There are some notches. Okay. Could be one here around Newmarket and here. So along the seacoast of New Hampshire, Nashua is getting quite a bit of rain right now. So the seacoast of New Hampshire, you've got two cells that could have tornadoes on them. Newmarket, East Hampstead, approaching Kingston, Kensington. So thank you, Marion Brackett, for the report out of Sanford. Love you for that. Yeah, so there's the two right there. Those are the biggest concern right now. We'll take a look and see if rotation trackers got that or not. I gotta switch over to composite. Hold on. Let's take a look at the rotation track. A little bit. There's a little bit of rotation going on there. The velocity looked more impressive. Okay. So you don't know how accurate the rotation tracker is for these cells up here. The Weather Service is not keen on them. But the stuff down here has got where the sun was out. These are the areas here that certainly could have something spin. Okay, even though the rotation tracker is not as impressive, but you gotta watch that stuff pretty closely. Yeah. Well, yeah, you can see it right here. Hold on, moving this map. Yeah, there's two clear areas here. The one at Newmarket, you've got some notches here in the lines, kinks in the line. Those could be tornadoes. Mm-hmm. Those could be tornadoes right there. You could have some rotation there coming across, approaching the seacoast. You've got the wind going toward and away. You've got the twisting, the spinning. The sun was out there. Got enough instability, enough lift. So if there are tornadoes right now in New Hampshire, that's where they would be. Okay, so please seek shelter. Even though there's no tornado warning there, there is a chance. No thunder in Casco. If you didn't get thunder, you just missed it, Katie. In Casco, should be moving over you right now. If not, almost done with you. Just watch out in Newmarket. Watch out in Hampstead, in southern New Hampshire. This is where I see the spin going on in the atmosphere. Okay? Now, these are going to cycle up and down, get stronger and get weaker. Right now, those are the places, maybe even up to 3 of them now. Newmarket one, there's one near Exeter, Newton, maybe 3 potential tornadoes right there. Okay? Tornado possible tag. And they just Weather Service just put the whole line basically because you've got so much wind energy here. So there you go. Tornado possible tag. Right there. And there's your 3 spots that I'd keep an eye on in New Hampshire. I would not be outside in those places right now. Definitely be weather aware there. Okay? I'll go back to regular radar. Bring up the composite. There's some rotation going on in there. And that's where the main line is coming in right now. So you look at Maine all the way down. Zeb, I don't know about anything. I haven't seen a confirmed tornado report. No. How's Harrison doing? Kate, I'm focused right now on what's happening immediately in front of me. I don't know about Harrison. Thank you, Tenley. Thank you for watching from Kent's Hill. I'm just focused right now on this main line that's coming down. That's what I have my eyes very, very close zoomed in on. So you can go to jasonnappyweather.com and put in your town there, and you'll get the hour by hour forecast. Denmark, based on what I'm hearing. Well, thank you, SPF. I'll look into that for me. Did you thumbs up? Cyber optic, I'm not sure. I must have missed something. North Berwick was sunny. Torrential downpour. Well, Joe, you don't need flat space for a spin up. How's Nashua looking? Nashua is getting it right now. Brownfield next to Denmark, thank you. Oh, someone sent a gift. Thank you so much. Hold on, sent stars. Thank you. Sage wasn't here. Thank you. Rain and wind in Livermore. Hope for no tornadoes. Is there a key or a legend? I might be zoomed in too much. Just the legend for weather-wise is at the top. So that I know. So the legend's up here. Can you see the legend? I don't know if you can see that, but up at the top, there's a color bar there at the top. Rain and wind, hard to Livermore. Well, yeah, in Livermore, is it over for Keene? It is just about, the worst of it is over in Keene, but you're still under a watch. So Hillsborough County in Maine, I assume you mean? Not quite there yet. Or Hillsborough, I mean, you in New Hampshire, don't you? So I'm juggling a lot right now. Scott Johnson, thank you for 99 stars. Stark right now. Pouring in New Sweden, 55 degrees from Sarah. Baking some bread, I bet. That's good bread baking weather this time of year, man. Where is summer? Skowhegan, thank you, Robbie, if that's where you're lost power. And Palmyra, thank you, Catherine, for the stars. I appreciate it. Yeah, these storms have got wind. They're putting that wind energy down. Like the only good news I've seen is that right here, it's broken up a little bit around the Kennebunks, West Alfred, Lyman, Westbrook. It's broken up a little bit, but that's it. It's the only good news I've got. Everyone else has been getting it pretty good. Okay. Everybody else has seen their fair share of wind and some power outages. They're coming in, this line broke up. It's breaking up a bit over York County, but it's holding in Oxford now, pushing up to Turner, Auburn, Farmington. Okay. So I'm covering right now pretty much all of New England with this. Now, when this main line gets through, it doesn't mean that the rain is over. It just means that the severe parameters, severe criteria, everything, so that stuff goes down. But there's still going to be rain tonight, on and off. But this is the main line. All right. Well, I'll keep an eye on it. Let me get a glass of water. Okay, I'm back. So we're waiting on the new warnings to come up here. Is it done in Sanford? Let's take a look. Well, let's see here. The worst of it is done in Sanford. The worst of it is over. Let's take another look at this line here. Rotation tracker, pretty minimal. Let's take a look at the radar site. Wow, those are really weakened quite a bit. That's some good news. Reflectivity has gone down considerably. Let's look at the composite. Still some good rain, but not looking as severe. Now, Massachusetts, though, yeah, we'll take a look at. Do you think we will get one in Thompson? Hasn't seen a thunderstorm today. The lightning has gone down considerably. So right now, trending, Nicole, towards less lightning with these storms. Said they're going to run into the onshore wind component, okay? And that's what knocks thunderstorms down in Maine more than anything. Not the mountains, it's the marine layer. And the marine layer really knocked these things down. So right now, I'd be thinking not as much thunder and lightning, but still some. You must be from New Jersey. The way you said water reminds me of relatives. Yes, I am originally from New Jersey. I am not a Mainer. That's it, Joe. Yep, strong east winds. It's really southeast, but yeah, you get the idea. Sun is peaking in Wyndham. Drenched birdies. I did bake today. Rhubarb jam, red or yellow means. So the red on this map means heavy rain on this map at least. Berwick getting hammered. Hillsborough County. I think I don't know if we were talking about Hillsborough, New Hampshire. Yeah, I grew up saying water with a U instead of a water with an A. 40 knot gust in the Hudson Valley. You're talking about New York? Mr. Duck? I can only assume you're talking about New York. The marine layer, yes, Pete. So when you get a southeast wind, the marine layer comes on shore, and that is stable air. You're not going to get tornadoes or severe weather when you've got a marine layer. It is dense, and you will knock down tornadoes typically. Now, a sea breeze could spark tornadoes, but if you get the actual marine layer, okay, like a a sea breeze little front, that's different. But the marine layer, it's stable air. Like you could get stratus clouds coming in. Tornadoes don't like that. Severe weather doesn't like that. It's cool, dense air. The lift gets shut off. It stabilizes everything. Oh, there's the radar beam. Check this out. See the radar beam going through right here? The hole in the radar? You can see it coming right out of gray. Happens sometimes. So you're losing the tornado threat in Maine right now. Yeah, Maine gets the worst storms in late in the fall and the winter and early spring from nor'easters, which you've got the clash of the cold Canadian air and the warm air from, coming up from the south. And those are the worst storms that hit Maine. Maine is not known for tornadoes. Still get them, but not as much because a lot of Maine gets protected by that marine layer in these events. If you have a strong land breeze and it's ripping hot, it's different. But today, with the marine layer working onshore, it really knocked down a lot of that stuff. That's why the Weather Service didn't put these watches up too far east into Maine. They just kept it at basically Casco Bay, and stopped it there. So, if you're wondering about why Maine doesn't get as many, it also has to do with the fact that Maine very rarely gets the amount of heat and humidity that's needed for major severe weather. So, that's another part of it. But 15 miles away from Portland, there is lightning right now. I just want to say thank you to everyone for being here. First time doing a live stream for Facebook and YouTube at the same time. If you are interested about what I do this every day, severe weather or not. Facebook, it's Jason Nappy WX. Just look up Jason Nappy. Put the link in chat. Instagram, I have TikTok, YouTube, Patreon. JasonNappyWeather.com is where my weather app is going to launch from. You can sign up on JasonNappyWeather.com to get a notification when it's free to download. I also do a premium weather blog that I spend hours on for Maine every morning. That's on JasonNappyWeather.com. It's $5 a month on Patreon or on Facebook or on the weather blog. It's $5 for the whole month. You get 28 up forecasts and you get guaranteed severe weather updates. It helps me do this every day. So every donation, every subscriber on Patreon, on YouTube, on Facebook helps me to keep doing this for a living. So without you, I wouldn't be here. Because you got to eat, right? Got to pay rent. We're getting 40 knots in Hudson. Looks like the Atlantic Ocean right now. Yeah, I see that, Mr. Duck. Yeah, the wind is definitely howling. Switched in Hampton Beach, going crazy in Hampton Beach. Rotation west of Worcester. Super dark in Lisbon. What are the chances for a tornado? If there are chances, thank you for trying. The chances for the tornadoes are going down, except right now in Massachusetts and Connecticut. Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Gloria. Trying to get these names right. So, right now, if I'm looking at rotation west of Worcester, Mass., I know Worcester, drive through it all the time. I'll take a look at it. Let's see if I can find any rotation for you. I'm going to have to pull the radar out of Taunton. Let's take a look. Oh, here we go. Oh, we got a couple here. Okay. Let's take a look at Massachusetts. Got one here, and we got one here, and also one here. Okay. Massachusetts. Whoever is watching from Mass or knows people in Massachusetts, got 3 places where there could be a tornado. 3 spots. North of Spencer, east of Braintree, Warren, Clinton. So I just want to point this out right now. These are places that there could be a tornado inside the main line. The Weather Service does not have warnings up, but what I see, I'd put a warning up. Let me take a look at the, hold on here. Let's take a little closer look. Let's tilt it up. Oh, still there. I mean, I'm quite frankly surprised that we don't have a warning on at least 2 of these. The higher the beam goes up in the sky and looks, you've got rotation top to bottom in the line. I mean, I don't know. I'm not here to criticize the Weather Service. They're great Mets. I just don't know why for Central Mass that doesn't get a warning if that's got some spin. But yeah, I'd watch out there, at least in those 2 spots for a tornado. I don't know. I don't know Massachusetts as well. Maybe Matt Noyes is watching, and he can mention it to his buddies down there. Dangerous storm is approaching Kittery. Oh, interesting. Let's see what's going on in Kittery. Hold on. I apologize to my friends. I just called it, and there's a tornado warning. I just said one of these has got to pop a tornado warning. Well, there you go. Tornado warning. Okay. So I'm pretty sure the Weather Service is not watching me, but if they were, there's your tornado warning. Exactly where I picked it out. So yeah, but let's take a look at this tornado warning. I think you could have it. You could have another tornado warning personally, but we won't get into that too much. Here's your tornado, if there is one. I think there's probably 2, but look, whatever. We got 1 out of it, so we're happy. But this is your tornado warning right now. Out of Boston, central Worcester County, just like I said there, 523 over Paxton, moving east at 35, near Worcester, Shrewsbury, Holden, Rutland, Sterling, West Boylston, Paxton. There is your tornado warning. You saw it here first. There's no way anyone else beat me to that warning. Okay, maybe Matt Noyes. That's the only person. I don't think the TV stations were covering it. I doubt it because they can't really go on unless there's a warning. And I was on before the warning, so we got that going. I do want to look at Maine for a second, though, because it did say a dangerous storm on my app, on the Jason Nappy Weather app. Yeah, it's just a lot of lightning. Nothing. Yeah, I'm just zooming out to make sure I'm not missing Maine. But yeah, we got it. Tornado warning. I said, with the sun coming out, right? Yes, Joe, I was all over the tornado warning. With the sun coming out in Central Mass, I've been talking about this for hours. That was the place I was concerned. And there is your warning. So, Boston, wouldn't worry about it right now. You got time. But that's it. From Biddeford all the way down to almost Springfield, Mass. So, there's your warning. Picked it up on the velocity scan. Okay, so when you see on velocity the wind here, what you have here is, think about like 2 people dancing. This is how I explain velocity. And the radar is looking at whether the wind is going toward or away from the radar sight, the beam. And think about it picks up on 2 people dancing and they're spinning. They're close together. They're holding, hands and they're spinning. That's what they're doing right now. I'm glad that the TV stations are jumping in now. The one southwest of Paxton is lost a little bit, but the one over Paxton is legitimate. Okay. If we go with the tilt up, it's not It's definitely ground based. Not a lot of rotation the higher you go in the sky, but it's there. It's there. You got a broad rotation there, little contact, but definitely probably an EF0 right here in going over Paxton, Mass. You got to take it seriously. 74 or 80 miles an hour, maybe 90-mile-an-hour wind. Got to take it seriously. But there it is. Tornado warning is up in central Mass. I do cover all of Maine and I cover all of New England. So I'm glad I was on for that. You can go ahead and look at it now with the here's the latest look at all of the warnings and the watches. So you've got the warning right here, okay, and a warning here. Everything else has expired, okay? So 2 warnings left. 1 tornado warning, 1 severe thunderstorm warning, okay? And we're talking about this all day. This wind, and the wind is there, but you've got the sun coming out, and that's all it takes right now with this wind energy. So go back to radar, okay, see if we can pick up a little notch or not over at Paxton. Yep, here it is. There it is. This is what you're looking for. See this? Do you see that? Can you see that? That's an inflow notch. Here's your tornado. Okay, here's your inflow notch going right over Paxton. So, if you want to go to school for meteorology, this is what you have to study, and you got to pick this stuff up on radar before it happens or as it's happening. Kennebunkport is no longer under a warning, Shauna. I believe it's still raining though. But yeah, now we'll get another update on it. It looks like. Is it trying to get a hook echo? See, it looks like it's doing a little bit of a hook echo. Let's bring the velocity back up now. Okay, because it looks like this is a supercell. It looks like you've got a bit. You've got your inflow notch, you've got your mesocyclone, you've got your hook, and there's where your tornado is, okay? So it's going to have your rear flank downdraft, okay? Think about that kind of like the exhaust, okay? Your inflow, kind of like, I guess you could think like your intake, okay? If you're thinking about a car or something, look at it like that way. But this is where the tornado would be, moving right over Paxton right now in Massachusetts. Okay? So there is your storm. I'll put an X on it. Right here is where your funnel would be making contact with the ground, which would make it a tornado. Okay? All other warnings have expired except in southern York County and in... That's going to expire, so we'll see if they continue. That's going to expire. Oh, we have another. And what do you know? They warned the other one I was talking about. We now have 2 tornado warnings. So, look, I'm 2 for 2 today. I really felt that the other one around Warren has now cycled into another warning. So, 2 for 2. The Warren tornado is now tornado warned, or the cell is now tornado warned, and also the Paxton one. So, this one I was showing like 10 minutes ago, maybe. And this one I've been showing. So these are now 2 tornado warnings in central Mass, okay? Both of these couplets here, think about 2 people dancing and spinning close together, okay? And the wind's going in different, basically it's changing with direction and height, okay? And it's spinning. Here's your twisters. So 2 twisters, not confirmed, but if there are tornadoes, that's where they are, and that's where they're going, towards Brookfield, towards Spencer, towards Worcester, West Boylston, Shrewsbury, outside of Boston, not near Boston, okay, yet. Got time. Probably would go north of Boston, but. So these 2 cells I was talking about have now been tornado warned, okay? and tornado in Maine. And the tornado chances in Maine are going down, Audrey, but they're going up in Massachusetts because of the sunshine. Um, so yes, we are all good here on the tornadoes. East of Holden, I don't know where you're Holden where. Um, I, we can get into why cyber optic and cut side, but we're talking right now about the warning, getting the information out. Um, I don't know. All I'm saying is I would have warned him a little bit sooner. I'm no shot at the Weather Service. They do great work down in Boston, great Mets. But I'm just saying that I would have come up a little sooner on them. That's all. Let's take a look at the tilt of the radar a bit. Yeah, still got it. Yeah, you got two tornadoes there, most likely. Two tornadoes. Okay, so there you go. Two tornado warnings. I don't have confirmation of tornadoes, but you got two warnings, and this one here in Warren over Brookfield is starting to pick up some steam just a bit. Colors are getting brighter, but that might become downdraft, dependent, or I should say stronger on the downdraft, which would cancel this thing out. We'll see. Northwest of Worcester, and this one over Brookfield still cranking. We'll see how long the cycles last for. Let me zoom out now and see if we have any other warnings. Everything else has expired. So that's it. That's the only game in town right now. Two tornado warnings close to each other on the edge of where you have that sunshine out, where you have the best instability. That's where you have that. No, what do you mean no one's covering the storm in Massachusetts right now? That's insane. Heather, there's no way. I will cover tornado warnings in Massachusetts and New England. I will stay on. Refresh, and there's a second. Yes, Joe, I've got both up. I don't know, Elena, what you mean by further east. Do you mean these tornado warnings? The TV stations have to be covering this. There's two tornado warnings. I find it hard to believe that I'm the only one. No, there's no streams other than this covering the two tornado warnings in Massachusetts. I don't believe you, but that's fine. They're hard to believe. Marlboro, right in the path. I can't be the only person covering tornado warnings in Massachusetts. It's a densely populated state. No one else on YouTube is covering this either. This is crazy. This rarely happens. Where is Matt Noyes? Matt, where are you? Matt's the only one I know that covers New England like I do. Matt's gotta be, he has to be live. I just went from day to dark in 45 seconds. Yeah, it's happening. No, we won't. Scrolling and the videos came on. It's been on about 10 minutes now. Channel 4, I guess, is covering it to some extent. Channel 4 is covering this to some extent. Well, that's good. Tornado was reported near Woodstock, Vermont. Is that confirmed, Henley, from the Weather Service or an official source? There was rotation around Woodstock earlier, or wherever you got that from. Apparently, an unofficial report of a tornado earlier today up in Vermont, which I would believe from the radar. Oh, yeah. I'm glad that... Is it over in Kittery? Yes, the warning is over in Kittery. I forget who the head meteorologist is that, in Boston at Channel 4, but I'm glad that they're on the air because I don't know, they can't be on all day like I can be, so they have to wait until they get an actual warning. from the Weather Service. Yeah, we had two tornado warnings here, two cells. They expire in 38 minutes. So we'll see. I'm trying to get the confirmation. CBS. Oh well, that's Eric. I was gonna say it wasn't NBC. Eric has to be on, right? He has to be on covering this. It's the number one station in Boston. They have to be on. I probably beat him, but that's okay. Let's take a look at YouTube here. Last internet message 2011 in Springfield. Well, I don't know if these are confirmed yet, so. Well, did you get? Fox Weather is covering it. Yeah, I mean, they can go on anytime. Tropical storm in the south. No, I'm told that CBS finally got on and covered it. I don't know how long the warning was up for before they did. Thank you, Ariel, for the stars. Well, I'm sure everyone's on now. I'm sure that if Eric got on, everyone jumped on. But yeah, it's beginning to cycle out. So they'll probably cancel these warnings. There's up in the sky, but it's probably not surface based anymore. Maybe, probably not. This is probably a situation of these things lifted. That's what it looks like to me. I bet you they lifted those storms. The stuff in Maine is over. The watch is still up, but I'll stay on for these warnings. But after these warnings expire, I mean, I might stay on just because they're still pushing south. But yeah, I think we were first, friends. I think we were first on these warnings across the whole internet and the TV stations. I think we beat everybody. Yes, Sky and Turner is going to be dark. You're going to get rain in Maine, but you're not going to get... the severe weather threat has gone down. Not zero, but it's gone down. But there's your two tornado polygons. Okay. I would like to see if Matt is on. I would like to see. Let me see. I'm going to bring up. He's got to be on, right? Let's take a look. 3 hours ago. Nope, it says live. He's on. Does no one know about Matt? Matt's on. I don't know how long he's been on, but he's on. He's live. He's on. That's him right there. Yeah. Maybe no one knows about Matt. I don't know. He's been on. Mechanic Falls, you got rain coming through. Okay. I mean, I'm probably staying on for these until they clear the coast because you could get more, but I mean, as far as the rain goes, you got torrential rain for sure. But the worst of the severe stuff has cleared Maine. Okay, now it's really just about flooding at this point. Whether or not we get flooding, that's what this is about. The female on Channel 5. Yeah, that's the chief is not in the mornings now, but on ABC. Yeah, I forget her name. Oh man, what's her name on CVB? Um, anyway, it doesn't matter. Nobody else is covering mass that I've seen in Medford. Worcester, am I cooked? No, in Worcester, Mass. It it looked like it was. Where? Hold on, let me find Worcester. Looked like it was moving through. There's Marlborough, Shrewsbury. Worcester is 290 outside of Boston. Hold on. I can't find it. There's so many things. I'm drawing a blank right now on where Worcester, Mass is. It's right where 290 is, but there's no highways on this map. So let me bring up this side. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Worcester is on the south side of the tornado warning. There we go. There we go. I see it now. I'm just too many names. It's going over you right now in Worcester, so I wouldn't be outside. Not even raining. Well, it's on the north side of you. It should be getting. If you live in Worcester proper, in the northwest side, it's going to be coming down. Cozy Sunflower, Matt Noyes, a colleague. Yeah, it's got to be. Matt is on the internet. He's not on a station. He used to be the chief in Boston at NBC. He's no longer works for the establishment. He's on the internet like me. Great guy, great net. Him and his wife, they cover Massachusetts especially, and New England. I do Maine and New England, so there's some similarities there. But they have a tag team husband and wife thing. I'm just solo, independent. What is Maine getting this weather? What area in Maine? Maine is not getting severe weather, Michelle. Maine right now is just getting plain old rain. Nothing severe in Maine. I'll zoom out and show you that. Nothing happening in Maine. All is quiet in Maine as far as severe stuff goes right now. You've just got, in Maine, you've just got heavy rain, some embedded thunderstorms, but that's it. The whole state of Maine is not under a threat for severe weather right now. Even though the tornado watch is up, I think they could expire that earlier if they wanted to. The show right now is in Boston, or outside of Boston. It's in Massachusetts. Yeah, the storm in Massachusetts is cycling, so it's going to get stronger. It's going to get weaker. I mean, yeah, you have to. Yeah, I'll bring it back up. It's not something that you want to, pull off of. The rotation is there. It's got a history of rotation, but at last check, I don't see it. So, I don't know. You're welcome, Michelle. Always straight. I'm not going to waste your time. I don't know what my colleagues are. I don't know if they're my colleagues anymore, but people in Boston, what they're talking about, maybe that's dated information. I don't see tight rotation at the surface. Doesn't mean it can't happen again, but not right now. I'm not seeing any rotation at the surface. I think that these cells have lifted. I'm going to go up. I'm going to go up. There's not even much rotation period on these. So, I mean, very little, if any, for these Massachusetts tornado warnings. If this was what I would go do a warning for or not do, I wouldn't do a warning for these. From what I saw from a while ago, where there was no warning, I would have definitely had a warning up. But they have cycled down. So thank you, by the way, whoever just subscribed, if you were watching the stream. Thank you for being a loyal subscriber to my premium weather blog. You now have access to all of my weather blogs, all of my 10-day forecast, and the one that's coming tomorrow morning. And you can cancel anytime, or you could be a subscriber for the next 5 years. But I appreciate you so much, because I am on this every day, 7 days a week, not 24 hours a day. I do sleep, but I appreciate you. And that's jasonnappyweather.com. Go there and you click on premium and you can be a subscriber too. I have hundreds of subscribers. Yes, thank you, Travis. I don't just cover Maine. I live and breathe Maine weather 7 days a week, 365. This is my life. So, look, just back to these storms in Massachusetts, I no longer see the reason to have a tornado warning on these. I believe that these will be dropped. When do they expire? 26 minutes. That's a long time. We still got 26 minutes on both of these. Maybe they'll cycle again, but I would just pull these. Thank you, Hannah. They don't, unless I'm missing something, I don't see where that this warrants a warning. So we'll just bring you here to the website once again, jasonnappyweather.com, shameless plug, weather app coming soon, okay? I cover Maine first, New England second, and I do the only 10-day forecast for all of Maine. No one does that. All 3 regions of Maine, and that's me. That's who I am. You can contact me. You can, all that stuff is there. I do storm analysis, forecast videos. It's all there. I do the weather app. There's a whole page about the weather app. There's a page you can track the radar. Okay, this is all right here happening right now. You can put in your town to get the forecast. My storm desk, update every day. Right now, we are in code red because I am tracking. And I also do a fishing forecast for Maine every day, a premium weather blog for Maine right here that's available every day. Okay, there's a whole more section that I do. There's the fishing tropics tracker, which I didn't get to today because this took more precedent, but I updated a little bit today, but not as much as I could have. The Nor'easter Center for my featured food picks for my favorite restaurants that I've been to all across Maine, even some in Massachusetts. I love the pizza at, it's over in Chelsea. What's the name of the place? Chow Pizza and Pasta. Pizza recipes. And if you know a business that wants to advertise, great. If not, no big deal. So yeah, I'm here. If that's more about me. Thank you, Nadine. I'm here for you all the time, and I will continue to be here for you. So I thank you so much for being here. These storms have cycled out. I don't, unless I'm blatantly missing something, but I don't see the need. I'm looking and I don't see it. Maybe I'm missing a lot, but if you look at these storms, they're just blobs now. There's no more tornado criteria being met here on these warnings. But I guess they're going to leave them up, which is fine. But it looked pretty uninspiring, unimpressive as far as the science goes. We'll bring up the, let's bring up rotation track. Oh, nothing there, nothing on the velocity. I mean, there's a little bit of rotation, but is there any hail? Oh, maybe some hail. There might have been some hail with this. Uh, thank you to Frequencer. How do I thank you? Thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate that. That's tremendous. Thank you so much. It's a lot of money. Thank you so much. That means a lot. Um, I'm doing my best here. Frequencer with a $10 donation in the YouTube chat. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Missouri, whenever there's a watch, there's a ton of people watching. No one cares. Yeah, I don't know why. Whoa! Did you Frequencer gave 10 gifts, gifted 10 people? Okay, so I'm new to the YouTube thing, but it looks like Frequencer just gave 10 gifts of subscriptions to my YouTube channel, which means you can watch my YouTube videos for members only that I do every few days, depending on the weather. They're 5 or 10 minutes long. So I think Frequencer just gave $10 donation and also 10 gifts for gift memberships. So thank you so much. That's amazing. I'm glad I did a YouTube stream today. I'm glad I remembered I was on YouTube, because the first hour I think I dropped the ball on that and forgot. Okay, so we have an update, by the way. Maine, you're all clear. You were all clear in Maine. Okay? All clear. Severe watch is over in Maine. Tornado watch has expired in Maine. Only Massachusetts and for northern Connecticut. That's it. In Maine, it's a flash flood watch, but the severe watches and warnings in Maine have expired. Once again, all clear. Share this with your friends. Share this stream. Share this video. It is all over in Maine. Massachusetts, you're still under a tornado watch. You're still under tornado warnings, even though I don't think you need to be under warnings, but you're under at least a watch. Okay? So, that's it. It is over in Maine. That ended earlier than expected. I said 6 o'clock. I guess it wasn't off by that much. But it's over in Maine. Okay? Rotation south of the other two tornadoes. I will take a look. They have now expired one of the tornado warnings. Let's take a look at the other ones. We have a new warning. Okay, let's take a look. Let me pull up Boston's site here. Taunton, whatever. Same thing. Let's take a look. Where did my radar go? Did I lose? Where's my... What happened to my radar screen? It's gone. Okay. Did I not click on it? Oh, I didn't click on it. Okay. All right. That was my bad. Let's take a look. We have a new warning. Okay. Tornado possible tag. Here's where the tornado would be. Charlton, am I pronouncing that right? There's a broad rotation here. Okay. I don't see one for Brookfield, but maybe there. But this is where tornado possible tag, severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, right here. Charlton. That is where, if there's a tornado, it'd be on the low end, but it would be right there. So whoever called it out in chat, great job. You did see that, or someone else saw that, and you relayed it. Either way, that's where there's enough rotation right there to warrant a warning. By the way, they have dropped the warning for the tornado. Okay, so that's over in Brookfield. You're clear. It's just this one in Charlton. Sturbridge, okay? This is the next place to watch. Let's take a look at reflectivity. You got to use all the tools in the toolbox. We have a little inflow notch, Okay, right here. There's your inflow. Maybe a little bit of a hook, maybe. Okay, maybe there. But this is where you'd have to watch for the tornado in basically north of Southbridge, northeast of Sturbridge. Got a new scan that just came through. Okay. Once again, Maine, you're all clear. Massachusetts, you have one warning right now. Tornado possible tag. Okay. On the rail in Arlington, Mass. A few times. Oh, I bet you have. Frequency that the rail, you get soaked out there. I don't neglect Maine or New England when it comes to weather. I know you weren't saying I do. I don't know why people do, but I've been talking about this stuff days in advance on social media, on my premium weather blog. I've been drawing where I think there's going to be a watch or a warning or a threat. I've been doing this, and these videos have been getting up to 500,000 views. So I'm getting the word out. I'm doing my best. Kids playing outside and it's getting dark. I wouldn't be outside, in the dark while it's getting dark. I'd be hunkered down. The downpour ended quickly for Tenley at Old Orchard Beach. I believe it. That the threat for Maine went up and it died. Where's Lewiston, Maine getting hit? An on and off shower or a thunderstorm. Severe is over. Vicky and Lewiston. Right now, it's all about what's going on in southern New Hampshire and in Connecticut. Maine is just seeing plain old rain with some downpours and some embedded thunder at worst, but the severe threat is over. You just watch the warnings go away here. The watches get trimmed back and everything. And now it's just one severe thunderstorm warning for south central Massachusetts, basically. And that's it. So I'll keep the live stream up for a little while longer, but right now things have changed quite a bit. I don't know, Gloria. I cover Maine and New England extensively every day, so certainly isn't me that's ignoring Maine and New England. Other people, sure, it's not a big deal, I guess, but I can't speak for them. How does Lowell look? Pretty sure Lowell is just seeing on and off rain right now. Yeah, it's just on and off rain. You're not done in Lowell. You're still under tornado watch, but the atmosphere in Lowell is getting worked over. So the atmosphere is pretty stable. You need the sun to come out to recharge the atmosphere. Not that you want severe weather, but that's what would need to happen. And right now, that's not the case. You've got rain coming through. Overnight shift in my car in Worcester, should I be worried? No, I wouldn't be worried in Worcester. This is going to go down, this threat, over the next couple hours. The watch, for example, expires in less than an hour. 1 hour, basically. So after 7 o'clock, you're fine. Why do New England storms always come in at a 45-degree angle? Are you talking about what kind of storms exactly? These types of storms? Nor'easters? I mean, it depends which, there's a lot of different kinds of storms. Snowstorms, blizzards, leftover tropical storms, low pressure systems, clippers. There's tons of storms. So I just, if you could be a little bit more specific, I would maybe can answer it better. I don't know. I would try. Um, but basically, they're going to follow the jet stream, is what the easiest answer I can give you. And when you get dips in the jet stream, troughs coming in, they're going to follow that. That's the weather highway. So, yeah, well, this one actually, the center of this storm is up in Canada, and it's just dragging basically these storms in from the south. But the center of the actual storm, where the center of low pressure, is in Canada. So that's northwest. These individual storms, if you're talking about these storms, well, you've got, once again, you've got the energy being dragged through, okay, on the weather highway. So that's the best answer I can give you, but the center of this storm is up in Canada. These are just individual, this is a line coming in. It went through Maine at, pretty much parallel. But in Massachusetts, it's coming through at that 45-degree angle, if that helps to answer the question. Doing my best. I haven't gotten that one before. I appreciate the questions. Thank you, Vicky. I appreciate everyone being here, and new subscribers, new followers. I've been doing this for years. I'm going to keep doing it. So, if you sign up now, or you subscribe now, or you follow now, whatever you find this useful, I'm here every day. I'm not going to do a live stream every day. I'm only do a live stream when it's warranted. But my weather app's going to be available every day. You can check it 5 times, 10 times a day if you want. It's going to be there for you. But I'm in this for the long haul, and I'm going to be here. My job is to make you weather aware and keep you safe, and tell you when there's a warning before there's a warning, like I did today, and 2 days ago when I said the threat was real. And there have been apparently unconfirmed reports of tornadoes up in Vermont, and or at least one, and at least some damage and some warnings. And yeah, not always going to be right, but I'll be here to get you through it. That's all I can tell you. And right now there's a pretty good line of thunderstorms coming through Massachusetts. This is where all the action is right now. And also in New Hampshire, I'm sorry, not New Hampshire, Connecticut. New Hampshire is done. Maine is done. Vermont is done. New York is done. Rhode Island, we'll see. It's right now looking like not as big of a deal in Rhode Island. Let me stop it and bring up the rotation here to the velocity and see how this is doing, this storm. It's weakened. It's weakened quite a bit. But I mean, there's not a lot there, quite frankly. Not a lot keeping it in line, but it's still, maybe barely hanging on. Let's see, when are they going to drop this one? Expires in 1 hour. Yeah, I mean, I guess they're going to leave this up for a while, it looks like. So I might take a break and come back to this. And I've been going for how long have I been live for? Does anyone know? When did I go live? Maybe 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, noon? Does anyone know what time I started going live? Anybody? We're in Massachusetts. In Massachusetts, you should be not worried, but you should be watching in Framingham, Grafton. It's over in Grafton. It's Milford, Framingham, Uxbridge, Northbridge. Those are Yeah, the place that Toro, I don't know his name, but what he said, yes. No problem, Audrey. I'm here for you. At least 30 minutes ago. I think two. Oh, really? I thought it was longer. 4 hours ago. Yeah, I think I've been up for like 4 hours. Centers in Canada, it's pretty cool. It's pressure from the north or south, and the jet stream really don't move too much. Um, well, you've got a low pressure right now. That is, I can bring it up. I mean, we can we can bring up the surface analysis, and I'll show you. So this is the surface analysis, but there's upper level spin going on up here. Okay, and got a weak high off the coast of Long Island, but basically with this weak low pressure system, upper level low. I'm sorry, strong low pressure system, upper level low for this time of the year. Okay, you got this wind here coming from the south. Okay, there was your sea breeze, your onshore flow that knocked the storms down in Maine. Okay, but you had a lot of spin in the upper levels. This is the surface map, but in the upper levels you had a lot of spin going on. Maybe easier to take the topographic stuff off. Maybe. But yeah. So here was where you have your storm center today. You can see it even clearer on the satellite picture. See that? See the spin? So there it is. There's your spin. And south of that, you had the sun come out with all that spin. That's all it took, basically. So, system came through faster. Well, I mean, less time with the sun, meant less time for things to cook up. Is Westford clear? I don't know where Westford is, Segna. Do you mean Massachusetts? Where is that in Mass? I'm not as familiar with Mass. In Casco, Maine, you're just going to have on and off rain. The severe threat is over in Casco, Maine. All clear in Maine. I don't think there's going to be a tornado in Maine. I think the threat has gone down considerably. And short. 4 hours. Oh, not bad. Okay. Well, I mean, 4 hours, 21 minutes. Okay. Well, let's finish strong then. More than 4 hours. Yeah, look, working for a living. I might take a break and not do dinner tonight. Maybe do some fasting. I've been back on the fasting thing. Damascus, Georgia. I do not know about Georgia. I mean, I used to live in Georgia and work in Georgia, but right now I don't know what's going on in Georgia. I'm focused on Maine and New England right now, but I can look. It's like we can go and we can bring it up on Jason Nappy Weather. You want to do Damascus, Georgia, huh? Okay. Is that right? Georgia, there we go. Hourly forecast. 60% chance of thunderstorms in Damascus, Georgia. Got thunderstorms on and off all night in Georgia. You got thunderstorms almost the next 7 days on and off. 80%. 80%. Yeah, I could tell you in Georgia, temps in the 80s, it's going to rain on and off for the next 7 days. Okay, well, we answered that question. JasonNappyWeather.com. Type in Damascus, Georgia. There's the update there. Some people still without power. Near Lowell. Oh, you're fine near Lowell. I mean, it's going to be on and off rain, but... In Milford, near Worcester. Yeah. Look, near Worcester, that stuff is just moved through. I mean, there's still going to be some downpours. You see that here. Okay. But it's moved through. The worst of it, the severe part of it, has moved through. Technically still a tornado warning, but I wouldn't worry about it right now. I would not be concerned. All right, well, we'll keep this going here for a little while longer. We'll take a look. Let's take a look at the wind. Give that a check. And let's see. There's nowhere I'm concerned about, really. Alpharetta, Georgia. Yeah. Outdoor volleyball, bars. Fun place for 20-somethings. Yeah, it's a college town, isn't it? For the everything. It's been a great day, great stream, great 2 live streams going. Facebook, YouTube. Last time I'll say it is jasonnappyweather.com. If you're new here, the weather app is coming soon. Hopefully this month, early July, the latest. Okay, so I'll get that up to you. You'll be able to download it for free, and that's going to be great. And then I'll go live right from the app. Maybe do YouTube as well. We'll see. But right now, storm-wise, except in southern Mass and southeast Mass, things have really wound down here. I could bring up the Storm Prediction Center. Let's bring up, no, I don't want that. I don't know why. I want to look and see if there's any storm reports from today. I bet there are. Okay. I do not see a tornado report for Vermont yet, but a bunch of wind. A bunch of wind. Let's take a look at it. There's a lot of wind. Man, look at all this. Look at all these storm reports. Rutland, several trees snapped. I know you guys can't see this probably because it's on the west, it's on the other side of the screen, but I might be able to, let me see here. Maybe I can, yeah, let me pull this over. There we go. Now you can see it. That better? So Vermont, a lot of wind damage. A lot of power lines down in Vermont is what I'm seeing. New Hampshire, there's a storm chaser in New Hampshire. A lot of trees and wires down. New York, Vermont, New Hampshire. I'm going to see if I can find some for Massachusetts. Trees down. It doesn't mean there wasn't a tornado, but so far, nothing confirmed. Hillsborough, New Hampshire, a lot of trees down. There was a lot of damage. Multiple trees down in Acton. Okay. Oxford, trees and power lines down. Oxford, Rockingham, New Hampshire. Look at all these storm reports. Yeah, this is a warranted live stream. York got hit. Trees down on Brattle Street. Rockingham, Portsmouth Fire Department responded. Trees blocking roads. There was a lot of wind damage. Look at, if you look at the map here, okay, see this map? This is where all the damage was today. All wind damage. No confirmed tornadoes yet in New York and New England. Yeah. The tornadoes were in Mississippi and Louisiana so far. But yeah, that's the update. So Um, that's a lot of people without power. So there's that. Wow. Okay. Hopefully you caught all that. There was a lot of damage, a lot of trees down. You know, lots of damage and lots of trees down. Okay, all warnings have expired, so the only place that's left, there's a watch up still, and there's going to be heavy rain, okay, in Boston very soon, but the warnings have expired. So I'm going to end stream. I want to thank you for being here. Thank you so much, Frequencer. Thank you everyone that donated, whether it was $1 or $10 or $20 or subscribed. Thank you so much. There's still going to be torrential rain, lightning, potential damage in southeastern Mass and even in Connecticut. But overall, the warnings have expired. Okay, so thank you so much. Thank you for subscribing and following, just participating in chat, even if you don't want to follow and subscribe. I appreciate you just following or just being here, just watching and lurking and not even saying anything. Thank you so much. I will have updates on my Facebook page. Thank you so much for being a loyal follower, a loyal subscriber, and being here on Jason Nappy Weather. Have a great day. Stay safe, everyone, and I will talk to you next time in the next chat. And there's going to be more storms coming, okay, in the forecast. So thank you once again, and have a great day.